but when I really thought about it, I was like, I don't really have like a favorite. I probably Ninja is my favorite, but then I did Ninja a few days ago, so I wanted to do something else, right? Just to make sure my sound is correct. Yeah, it is. Okay. Oh, there's a landmine in the key room. That's interesting. I'll try to do it, and if I die, it's just kind of like, you know, we're on floor 1. It's probably worth to try and do it. Please be a witch or still. Right. So what do I not have at this level? I don't have my thing that gives me 50 charge. That's it, I think. Oh, I don't have my Promino and also my ranch thing. Okay. Oh wait, I forgot one room. I'm done. Oh, I'll try to do the landmine without a witch and without a steel. I mean, if it works, nice. If it doesn't work, well, we lose 2 minutes. So. Hello, Moose. Alright. The imps are gonna be a little bit of a pain, but I think it's fine. As long as I stand on the far side there. That will work. I mean, work, but can I survive? The answer is barely. Right. that was close. What saved me there is the knowledge of, you know, snapshotting HP things on the landmines. I really need a steal because on DPS it's gonna be really scuffed. If we don't have a steal for these pulls. Oh, I forget my thing, right? I forgot to put this thing on. Sabatsar. Sasare. I mean, I don't think Reaper should be that bad at all. But honestly, I mean, I've been saying the same thing for every job. So it's really all about not dying to some stupid telegraph. Yeah, we're on 8. Oh, we're at 8 and my title is still saying 7. Yes, we are 8. Okay, this will be not a fun pull because there's so many grenades. Oh boy, okay. Will not be a fun pull. I keep forgetting to use my AoE, man. I don't know why, too. No, not my AoE, but my, you know, thing that puts the debuff. It should be way easier to do this than it was on Bard yesterday. Because the damage is much higher, of course. By do this, I mean like the speedrun on 110, specifically. After we have Florence, not really any reason to sit on it. Oh, there's a second chest. Wait, a third chest? So this is a 3 room. Okay. I did a group run yesterday, man. It was a lot of fun, actually. This place is definitely the best one if you want to like do it as a group. Like even knowing what the monsters do, it was a lot of fun. Thanks for the follow, by the way. Vanilla. You died to 498. Sorry, 7. Yeah, sorry, 98 to a treasure room exist filter. Exist filter. What do you mean? You mean like multiple feathers were inside? Dude, I bet the key's in this direction. Yeah, damn. I'd rather go back and grab the things in the other room. Didn't see it between all the other mobs and got on a lead. Damn. Well, we almost lost the Bard run too, or something like that too yesterday. Some big pulsing mob. So. Honestly, something I like to do, if my time is like never bad, is I keep my liturgies for like the last set. Because when you use the liturgy, it's like double benefits, right? It helps you fight like the things, but also helps just things that do things outside of rooms. They do it slow enough where you can react. Come on, let me get. Let's steal. Right. probably use a lethargy on this floor. Too many bombs. What's up, kid? Doing well. Just woke up, just started this. Oh man, let me out. That's a lot of emotes, dude. Alright, you like do you like your screen shaking? Because it's about to shake. Unless I actually kill them fast enough. Maybe I do kill them fast enough. The ritual. No, I kill them fast enough. You laugh at the tail adjustment. Wishing me good luck on the score today. Hey, thank you, Ben. Yeah, I adjusted the title because I thought it was funny. I think it was you, right? That said like you said like that it was long and just was kind of not really gonna be long. So I was like, let's call it the medium grind now. Medium well. Oh, we can for sure have Onion on floor 100 with Reaper. I'm not worried about that for anything outside of Scholar and Astro. Oh, you know what? I was actually checking out the HIV Climber website earlier, and there's someone that has someone cleared 2 jobs yesterday. So we gotta keep our eyes on that, because if they keep clearing 2 jobs, then unfortunately I will have to do the same to you know, be competitive, which would mean I would have to give up scoring for a little bit, which I don't really want to do, you know, so that'd be a shame. No, not this monster. I hate this. So if I don't score, I think the run would go from like 8 hours, 8-9 hours. It would go from that to about 6. So I could do like 2 per day, maybe 3 if I was like very much late. You know, it's a little bit of like the... Well, what is it called again? The thing with the turtle racing the rabbit or something. I'm a little bit being like the rabbit right now. Maybe I'm not taking it seriously enough, and then they're all gonna pass me and I'll be like, oh, it's too late. Alright, we need Dora or... sorry, not Dora. We need a clone or Dread. Though maybe on Reaper I can make it without. Maybe. Oh my god, I wasted all my things. Not good. Oh no, oh god, I'm slow. Forgot about this little detail. Alright. The follow Tapu, thank you. Oh my god, did I really forget that silver? I gotta go get it. What's up, AG Geruda? My favorite summon for summoner. No item, man. No item without a Serenity. That is kind of bad. Oh wow, you just can't outrange this, can you? Yeah, okay, I don't know how it works. When they cast it, they actually store it, like, for a while. Okay, I get it now. Oh man, this sucks. I can't even do like a big recall there. Because I don't have items, so... This will be close. Not sure if I'm gonna make it actually. Nah. You're not gonna kill me. Feels bad. Oh well. Back to floor 1. It's just chaotic like that on the first 10 floors if you're scoring them. I mean, we had no Demi-Clone or Dread anyway, so it was very likely that I could not make the speedrun. Alright, just want to steal or a witching on the first floor. That'd be great. Ah, steal, nice. Is that technically only my second fail? No, on this set, I've had a few fails. I just don't really count them because, well, because it's the first set. Yeah, I believe on the first set I've died like 4 times so far. Yeah, well, if you get no item on the first few on the first set, you can't make the speedrun unless you like deal with it some way. So if you're a job that has some kind of sustain healing, then you can probably like ignore the no item. If you don't, then you're gonna need to like Serenity or pray that it's a small floor. I mean, there's nothing that prevents you from like if you get a big floor, you're not forced to pull everything. You could pull like 6 monsters. Just be happy with that. But since it's so early in the run, then it's kind of better to go hard, in my opinion. Because of course the reason no item is bad in that case because I can't drain my potions and I need them for AoE pulls. But I'm not really in the mindset where I want to risk the first set still. So I mean, I just go at it, and if I die, then I will restart. But if I like miss something, like I miss a speed run, it's just kind of whatever. I'll keep doing the run. But if I were trying to score this for real, like actually, you know what, like I want to get a big score, then I would definitely reset this first set until I could do it like in a speed run. Side's good. Witching 2. Side's good. Alright. Okay. Like just as a point of reference, the speed run, like so speed run is by the way doing the set in under 30 minutes. If you get a speed run, it's worth 75 kills for this set. So and 75 kills is usually what you kill on the set on average. So I do hope we can have a nice, like, raising save again. Full of raisings like yesterday. Yesterday was great, man. We got all the raisings super early, and then we picked up, I think, 2 free ones. It'd be great to have another save like that. Good song. Oh, this floor should be big. 5. Wow. It could have been bigger. Good luring there. This is definitely witching something. Possibly landmine. No landmine. Okay. Alright, this should be a little spooky, not too bad though. Alright. Game's too easy for me. Yeah, I think the witching carried me a little bit there. If I had to... Alright. Thank you for the follow, Reno. Ah shit, I should have stealed. Because if I didn't know item, they were trying to be awkward. No, we're good. Burn intuition, I got you. I got you. I mean, this is gonna be a site again. Hey, Rin, what's up? Hello, hello. Welcome. Welcome, guys. We're doing a little bit of an edgy job today. What were you up to, Rin? Witching, nice. Alright, we're gonna get knocked back like 10 times. Don't get scared. Once they reach me anyway. You were scoring on Dark Knight, nice. I am also scoring the first 30 floors. Beyond the 31st floors, I just kind of chill, but the first ones I do it. No landmine. Alright, it's gonna be fairly spooky when they all come out. Run. Yeah, I love the meteor shaking, man. It always makes me laugh. Oh my god. Please, give me that. You're on 180. Yeah, accurate. So you spend the first set on getting to 90 and get farming mobs. Yeah, that's fair. First set, like straight up on, I think almost, like I'd say anything that's not like a high DPS. If you don't find a demi-clone or a dread commander, you cannot, like you just can't make the speed run. It's impossible. Then 11 to 20, 26 minutes. Yeah, that makes sense. This set is easier. And then you time down on 99. 2 on warrior. Damn. Timed out. I've still not had any timeout issues. But I think I'm getting carried with my PTD and MRI experience for like time management. Like I feel like I've not had to manage my time. But I think I just do it without really realizing. Hey, thanks for the follow, Misty. Ah, Terror Touch. There we go. I love these swords. Oh, sorry. I need like a spot to LOS with the slow. I need to witching. Not for the one in the back, but for this one. That's too bad. It's just the boots with a very button slow on you, and I'm too slow to move around. Win for 2 clears today? I wish, but if I score, like honestly, if I do score, I just can't like get 2 clears in. So I have to like, today I'm still going to score because it's fun. But I noticed a guy that got 2 clears yesterday on the same day, and now he's at 5 out of 19. So if he gets 2 clears again today, then I think I'm going to have to like not score the rest, or he's gonna catch up. If he only gets 1 clear today, then we'll probably fine to keep doing that. Depends on how motivated people are, because I don't think EO is hard at all once you know it. So like if someone really wants to get 2 clears a day, I'm sure they can. Man, I have no weight chains. That is gonna suck. You know what? I think I should use this landmine. And how will I LOS? Good question. I'm not even sure. Okay, I don't need to LOS. Let's try right. Man, it's gonna be great when I'm level 90 on Reaper, because it's kinda I did rate a little bit on it, so I know like the 90 rotation, but it feels weird to do your Enshroud without like all the other buttons. Because usually you're supposed to like do an OGCD in between each hit, sorry, every 2 hits, and then you have a finisher with from you know. Oh, where are you now? Okay, so we can get a speedrun easily. As long as we don't die. So these guys, you can actually not out of range this terror touch thing. Like it basically makes their next attack slow you. At least that's how we see it. So as soon as they get to me, they're gonna do it like that. Super annoying. I want to go back to the landmine. Just gave me like 10 years to get there. Yeah, I have a shield on Reaper, Arcane Crest. I didn't know you could shield through it, or I didn't remember, so thanks. Fun. I need the water sprites to come closer. There. And Shroud. So that must be... I don't know what it... I think it's the OGCD stuff. Okay. Ooh, but this one's kind of shit. Don't know if I should really go for it. Landmine it. Even with a landmine, it's not gonna be enough. It would kill me. Because I won't be able to kill it in time. Mimic, do I should kill you before the pucks? Oh yeah, I can stun you. Never mind. Alright, so we're doing fantastic on time. In fact, we could maybe even not have to dummy kill. Because I know on tank this boss is 630 with strength. So on DPS, it should be like 5 or a little less. So with Lethargy plus Witch Chain should be pretty good. It also was standing next to a landmine, so that made it easier. Yeah, if you Witch Chain, I think you would kill it with 30 seconds of landmine. But without a Witch Chain, no. It's you're not gonna kill it before it kills you, definitely. With a Witch Chain though, yeah, probably. Damn, 3 room, man. Unlucky. Now we have way too much time. These rooms were small. Well, then I might as well not even them kill the boss. Not really any reason to. No, not the slow. God damn. Oh, maybe. Oh, I don't have my stun. That sucks. I guess I don't need to purity really. Some of them start a super long cast when they reach. Oh yeah, you're right. Honestly, I don't even know what the stone guy does. But yeah, the 2 others, they have cast that they start when they're low HP. I've never actually pulled the stone guy. How much of a score increase is it to finish before 30 minutes? It's 15k, which on the first 30 set, 15k is worth 75 monsters. So it's really worth. Because like 75 monsters is probably close to what I'm killing on the set. So it's like doubling my points for this specific set. No, what time do I... well, I don't really need to, right? It's annoying that I have the pots. Because then I could have an accurate kill time. I think I'll just go with a fresh shrine. Oops, my Reaper is maxed. I didn't even see. Lock my hotbar? Nah. I've never actually like died to this, so I don't think I've ever died to like dragging a button of my bar in the 3+ years I've been playing. And also good morning to you, yep. Man, he be slapping kinda hard, huh? Oh, but I have no food. Because I died. Oh, when I fail to eat food, it's not because I'm dragging things out of my bars. It's because when you're eating food, it's like a super OGCD like delay. I can show you after. Oh, using my harp loses my soul thing. That sucks. Okay, so on a DPS, it's actually not that bad to speedrun this set. Like, it's kind of hard, and yeah, you need a little bit of luck, but it's not as stupid as tanks and healers. Tanks and healers is stupid. Like, it's really stupid. DPS though was fine. Like, we did this without using anything, and yeah, I don't have heal anymore. All right. Reaper's damage is extremely high. I mean, it should be like the other DPS, right? Like the other melees. How's the damage feeling? Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm doing similar damage. I don't feel a big difference still. Well, yeah, I mean, it's much better than Bard, of course. But even then, Bardy, we felt kind of good. So I don't know. Yeah, anyway, the food thing, it's not... When I miss to use the food, it's not because I do something like that. It's because when you use a skill... If you use a skill, then you try to eat food, it can get weird. Because this is like a super GCD, kind of. And also, if you eat 2 foods in a row, like, so let's say I want like my 30 minutes, right? So I eat one, then it doesn't work for like 2 seconds. So sometimes when you're trying to double eat, it just looks like it's not working. Because this is like a super, because you know Tincture like is a long animation lock. This is like an even longer animation lock, but this one's even weirder because, like, you know, like there's no animation playing during it. I mean, if you hold your life click, it's gonna do something like that. But I don't think I do the mistake ever. I mean, the few times I did it. I think I did it on Paladin yesterday, and then, you know, I just remove. What I do more often is I accidentally right click and remove something. Like, I'll be fighting, and I'm trying to move my camera with my right click, and then I'll be, you know, that my mouse is kind of close to the bottom. So like, what happens then is I do this. I right click, left click by mistake. I do this now and then. I don't lock my alt bar because I like to shift around things on them often. So it would be too annoying if I had to unlock them every time. Alright, let's set. 20. You were gonna say sure I have cheaper food to test this on. No, I have so much money at this point. You know, once upon a time, thank you for the follow, Dapper. Once upon a time, I would craft my own things. But then it's just kind of pointless now. Like, why would I craft my own things when I can just buy them and I'm gonna make more money in deep dungeon anyway? In fact, I already got 2 mounts in this deep dungeon, so I mean, I already have like what, 20 million waiting to sell. Like, I definitely did not spend 20 million on my supplies to get there. Though I think this mount, by the way, is gonna crash the hardest out of all the mounts. There's no way this will be like more expensive than everyone high-end QTD. Oh man, my old tier list. It's really funny because honestly, this tier list I think still made perfect sense if we got what we thought we were getting, but it's so different that it's gonna be like all messed up. And I don't even really know what the tier is gonna look like when I make it, because it's like, how I feel about it is there's some jobs that are worse than the others, but there's like not really any job that's like much stronger. Like I say ninja and machinists are really good, but I don't think they're like a whole tier above kind of good. Like, I just think they're slightly better than the rest. I really don't know how I'm gonna make the tier list like make sense. It's an ugly mount that admittedly doesn't really seem to have much of a connection with the dungeon. Yeah, it's like a crab, right? That's it. I've not really used it, but seems like there's 2 tiers. Pretty good and healer. Yeah. Not I mean, honestly, that's probably the way I would make the tier list right now. Well, even when I played healer, it kind of sucked a little more, but even then, time wasn't tight. Because Ben, you've not been in EO yet, but you've done plenty of QTD, right? Well, I mean, when you do EO, you'll know like what we mean. Because I don't know if it's obvious from the streams, but like when you do EO, you will understand exactly like what's weird with EO. It's that you don't have to manage your time ever. Yeah, the 4-tail mount is pretty nice, like a blue tiger. What would I say is the strongest DPS so far? I'd say it's like let's take for the assumption that you are perfect at playing every job. I'd say probably ninja or machinist are like the 2 that have a little edge. But since you're not perfect and you don't play everything perfectly, the best DPS is gonna be whatever you can play the best without looking at your bar for your rotation. Because if you're not looking at your bar, you're looking at the spells of the enemies, and that's literally all you need to do to clear this place. You just need to do the mechanics. Okay, I got a bad track for the chest, unfortunately. I think it's forward though. Okay, that's Dark Knight for you? You mean like your best job? Hey, I mean, That's exactly the way it is. This is not like Beauty and MLI. Like in Beauty or MLI, if your favorite job is like, I don't know, like if it's Dragoon, I'll be like, I'll tell you like, yeah, you can carry on Dragoon. Like yeah, it's very possible. Like but like there's no arguing that you're gonna be worse. There's no arguing that you're gonna have a worse time than like Warrior. But in there, it's like. It's more like the tier list ranking is more like it's more like a role, right? It's like DPS is better than tank, which is better than healer, but like within the same role, I feel like there's not really much difference. Maybe with one exception, maybe with two exceptions. Maybe Bard and Dancer are a bit worse than the other DPS, and Astro is worse than the other healers. I think that's the only three exceptions. What do I think of Samurai? I'm sure it's great. Also, you have 2 dashes on Samurai, which is useful for mechanics. Is Ninja better in EO than POTD? Damn, that's a difficult question because it's really comparing two like very different things. I'd say Ninja is better in EO than in POTD. Because in POTD being a melee is just like kind of a pain. I'm going back to work Thursday. Unless I can manage to get Thursday and Friday off from my boss too. I might ask him, honestly. I'm not sure yet. Did you have the 20-minute ability Gloom Floor? Which set is there in? Like on the 71? Because if it's 81, I honestly never have to deal with it because there's like a demi-clone every floor. So every time I get no ability, it's like I just pop a demi-clone. And don't repair nobility is the worst. Yeah, don't worry. There's a lot. By the way, is my just a question? Is my stream lagging? Like right now? Like has it been lagging since the beginning? Because it keeps telling me my encoding is like full. Huh? What the hell is that? It keeps telling me my encoding is overloaded. Okay, make sure to tell me if it does it again. So I don't know what the hell that's about. Okay, I might check this out. Well, I mean, I will check this out after this set then. I don't want to upload a laggy VOD if possible. You already cleared solo, right? Me? Yeah, I cleared 8 times already. Mimic, so I think I'm witching this. Oh, I'm myself. Finally, coming on. Yeah, I went pretty hard, to be fair. I went pretty hard. By the way, in the event of... Oh, dude. I'm going to have to eat the pots, I think. Oh, yeah, okay. In the event that I have a VOD, by the way, that is like... It's so laggy that it's like unwatchable. I would not upload it on YouTube. Then I would finish Omni, and then I would do that job again, and then upload it on YouTube. That's the way we do it. You want to do bait pulls like that on DPS, but you get intimidated. Well, on the bright side, it's only like the first 30 floors, and honestly, the first 20, because the 2130 is less AoE. It's more like use your palms. Yeah, I have a nice buffer between second, me and first. Sorry, first, which is me, and second, which is someone else. But the second place got 2 clears yesterday, so I'm going to have to watch out for this, because if they get 2 clears again today, then I'll probably have to give up on scoring until I'm done with Omni, so I can, you know, also get 2 clears. I mean, there's not really an Omni race, but I want Omni Ward first if possible. I mean, but there's not really a race. Like, there's not even 5 people competing, I think, so. How long do I have left until Ward debuff? Technically, I start working again Thursday, but I might ask my boss if I can take the 2 days off too. But it's definitely gonna be at the latest, it's gonna be like the Monday that's coming. What do I do for work? I'm a programmer. I do software. Oh, it's not open. Nice. Okay, we're doing really good on time. This set though is way easier to do than the last one, so. Has there any point change in this deep dungeon? I think so. The 1 to 30 formulas were figured out, and it's the same as MLI. And I think that beyond, like the 31 to 90, sorry, to 100 is the same, but there's like a small difference because there's a boss on like 9 instead of a floor, and they're still trying to figure it out. I think that's what it is. Oh man, that storm sucks. I'm gonna have to backtrack so much for it, but I think it's worth it. Yeah, I could do 2 jobs. I assume that... I think it's unrealistic to think that I would not, like, never fail a run. So, I mean, I'm sure I'm gonna fail, you know, like, maybe a few times. But yeah, if I did get 2 clears per day, I could definitely get it done before I resume work. But I think I will get, you know, I'm not sure if I'll get Astral first try or Scroller. Yeah, Dread Beasts are worth the same as Mimics. So 700. Oh, yes, you're right. There's an extra chest. So technically it's 800. Maybe a little more because, you know, maybe you're gonna find something good. Where's the chest? Hello? Oh, there it is. But I don't know. I might get Astral down first try. Like, I don't know. It's hard to tell with Astral. Definitely it would benefit the most from being the last thing I do though, because then I'm going to be more comfortable at doing AoE pulls, because I'll need like AoE pulls on Astral. Had a weird party wipe on 92. He tanks used Dread to kill a room with a ton of mobs, and I wrote something weird, and the mobs largely we killed the group. You're probably talking about the patrol. There's a patrol that looks like a ball, and it does something called high voltage when you pull it, which is a huge AoE. But you can interrupt. If someone has an interrupt, you can actually do that. If not, then you need to run really far. Good song. Damn, losing my voice already. We're just starting out. Have you guys had lag again, by the way, since I mentioned it, or is it smooth now? Nope. Okay, I'll still take like a minute or two to see like what the hell the error message I got was after this set. Down to 91.99 on Red Mage. You're getting nervous. Well, if you have a raising, don't be too nervous. Except the boss. The boss is pretty gnarly the first time you go for it. But the floors themselves, it's not that bad. If you got a raising. If you have no raising, it's pretty stressful. I'm gonna admit. Trap, please don't be a trap. Okay, I'm fine. Risky stuff. I don't even know if I should witch in this. I think I can do this without witching. Oh man, they're a pain though. I don't know which changes because they don't stack up well. Oh, that was strength. Oop, forgot from Neo. Hey, Dread. If it wasn't coding issues, your PC might have been busier than usual. But yeah, I'm sure it's something like that. I did, but that's why I asked, right? Because I closed everything when it said that. My CPU is definitely like borderline for my streaming setup right now. It would not be a bad idea for me to invest a little bit of that stream money into a better PC. Lethargy. I have only one strength. Oh, storms. Well, that makes things easy. Kind of a low alter count and plus tilt count I don't even think was that good. I don't think this will get a 500k unless we're lucky on the next set. It's just my gut feeling. Oop. By the way, I know these guys called Sawtooth have like an elbow drop thing, or they hit behind them if you're behind them, but solo it's kind of hard to see it, I feel like. High voltage is bigger than your range at max range as a caster, so it's like 30 yard plus. It's like really big. Hello, Respawn. Yeah, I've never seen the elbow drop though, solo. It might be possible to see it if you wait for their cast and then you go behind them specifically. Okay, I'm overcapping 10. Man, it was so funny to release my warrior guy yesterday, and I think there's 2 or 3 comments already are like mentioning my my lack of uptime on Storm Eyes, and was like, all I could think of is, man, you guys should have seen my ninja run, where we wasted Reiju like almost every time we got it. Time to follow Neddy. Alright, fairly fast, 7 with no strength. You got betrayed by Dodra. Dodra petrified a Goron and it pulled him in. We went back in front of it only to get Moldy Sneeze to death. Yep. Can't trust Dodra, man. And he said he pulled a treasure room of raids. Wait, yeah, raid screamed. Wait, so you mean 91, right? Because they're on 91. Is that correct? Yeah, they're on 91. I mean, I could understand the rates why you would get baited. Because if you're coming from POTD, when they do the stream, you must like you probably think you can stun or interrupt it. Yeah, if you die, oh, raiders are in the 80. I don't know. For some reason, I thought they were the 90s. Oh, my bad then. I'm wrong. Thanks to the fellow Jack and Aitrus. If you die on 1120, you can go back there immediately, but you can't get the title. No. So if you die below 30, you can always restart the set up to 30, and once you're on 30, it's gonna like prevent you from going further if you've died in this. If you've lost like a run in the save, you can't go beyond 30. Alright, that's the difficult one. It's okay, I've not seen much of the 80s. Man, it's just all a blur in my head, you know, it's like the dark place, I know the monsters in it, the Rave Cave, I know the monsters in them, but I don't know like the set still, specifically. The Rave Caves is the worst one, like, it's like all 4 of the sets just mesh up in my head. Nice strength. It's a nice key location because I can actually, well, not really, because if it was there I would have brought the monsters with me. But oh man, that sucks. Never mind, I hate this key location. I mean, that's good, but also sucks because now there's a bunch of monsters that I cannot benefit from the storm, with the storm. Yeah, these guys. It's definitely not worth my time to kill, I think. Though this one might pull. Oh, this one's procs. I thought you were sight. Everyone high knowledge betrayed me. Or your sound. Sight or sound. Oh, sorry, I said sight. I meant procs or sound. And they are procs, thank you, race. Zero raising. Doesn't look like we're gonna have a nice comfy run like we've had the past 2 or 3 times. They're gonna blow up. Nice respawn. I'll salute 3 soon, I hope. We've still got a nice streak going. We've got 7 clears in a row. So we cleared the first attempt, then we failed the second attempt, and then we cleared the 7 further attempts. Wow, no key didn't open with with 1 respawn. That storm. Yeah, that storm. I don't see any way to do this little storm. I'd like to not side though. Probably safety. Well, I was quit floor. Oh man, in my team run yesterday, so I did a group run. We picked up 0 dreads from 1 to 100. What the hell was that about? 0. Never saw a dread. You did sub 30 full clear. Oh nice, you speedrun full kill 3140. It seemed possible if you have good fun luck. There's the follow snare. Minor, that's speed. Thanks to good luck. We don't need much luck. Luckily, we just need to play good. I wish I could stun these guys so much. He's put us so much, and that's only 4 monsters. Yeah, I did speedrun the 4151 Sunbard, and it seemed easier to do than the set before that. Ah, no item is bad. I have 3 Serenities though. Is there a word where I don't Serenity this? I don't think so. Let's Serenity. This is going to be a lethargy, I think. Yeah, I think I'm getting lethargy vibes. You gotta watch out, by the way, when you lethargy, respawns are still a thing. And it's so easy to get caught off guard because the respawn doesn't hit you really fast. Oh, that's a... It's not easy to go DPS that as a Reaper. Oh my god, I have to end my communal early or my thing's gonna waste. There. No ability. Could dread. I could dread. I might. I have Providence. You know what to say. Je sais quoi dire. But I don't know if you meant that as I translate that or if there's some other kind of thing you want me to translate. Well, I did it there. I did it. Yeah, dude, it'd be kind of a waste to... There's a luring though. I think I'm gonna dread this. Oh wait, there's a chest. Yeah, maybe double dip the dread. Oh, you want me to say tabernacle? Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna dip this. I'm just going to use it, kill everything, and that's it. I mean, time's really good. We've been getting small floors, which is bad. Which is bad for points, but good for time. Aesta, that's good. Oh, Altar, that's also very good. Mimics, I have no purities. That is making this a lot more annoying. No purities, huh? Hey, good afternoon, Nix. Oh man, what do I do with no... Like maybe double Witch Chain? Maybe Storm? Witch Chain Storm? I think Witch Chain Storm. I think this is a Witch Chain Storm. Oh my god, what was it? Why was there such a weird delay? I want to use that. Should have fortuned this. No, never mind. I already fortuned this. Thank you, Finn of the past. You did well. Wipe the floor to a 35 3 times in a row. Rotating floor 1 to 30 is fun, right? It was really bad until I started doing AoE pulls, and now it's alright. I much prefer 130 doing it like that than 31 to 40. Another big floor. How do I do this one? Plus, I don't know if I have mimics. Guardians. Okay. I get liturgy vibes for this one. But I should start this in this room. Landmine. Could witching landmine. Oh, there's a Dread Beast to your right. As always, chat knows there's a Dread Beast before I even know. Same as Angelus is the same issue, by the way. I was asked him on the stream and he said he never noticed when there's a Dread Beast, but the chat does. I guess because we're not used to looking at like notifications when the floor starts. And if I witch chain, it's probably okay. Let me kill the Guardians first. Witching Storm. But I have to see what... Well, let's be really safe. Let's do like... Let's stack up everything. Oh man, you're not helping. You are chicken, so I should be able... I might double witching because this thing cannot exit the witching ever. In fact, where is it? I'm gonna double witching. I don't know which monster it is, dude. There's too many fucking monsters. I don't know which one it is. Okay, it's dead. I was scared of a nib there. You have a 0% chance of noticing a Dread Beast at the start of the floor. Same. Yeah, it could make it an imp, which is why I wanted to like see which one it was. This would have been a good use of focus. You know, like you can focus a target. Too bad I've never used that in my life, and I don't even know what keybind it is. I probably remove the keybind for something else. Alright, this 130 felt pretty bad, honestly. Like, pretty unlucky. So I'm not expecting a good score at all. So I respect that because I don't know if there's a respawn. If there's a respawn, it will do its AoE, like its attack really fast. But I don't know like if there's a respawn. Oh, that one's a respawn. So there's gonna be a cone that's really fast, like that. Dude, these turtles are way too tanky when they get the buff. If I didn't have so much time right there, I would definitely not have dealt with the turtles normally, because they just take so long, man. This is a question for Sparring, but what does a full clearing the floor mean? Full clearing the floor is when you kill everything on the floor. Like you kill every monster, excluding respawns, like ish, right? Because respawns can be tricky. I have too much. Yeah, I have a lot of time because it was just bad luck overall. Not a lot of kills. At least it felt like that. In fact, I don't even know if I need to clone the boss. I'll try to see without it. No, if you full clear a floor, it's because you're killing every monster. And you're getting all the reveal as well, right? And probably all the chests, because if you're killing all the monsters, there's not really any reason not to get all the chests. Okay, so that should be, I'm pretty sure I have enough time. 5:45, 5:40, wait, 5:45, there. Oh shit, can't see shit there. I should start using this, by the way. My soul sow, I've not used that like a single time. Not really any reason to not have it every pull. Middle. And we're fine on time. Okay. Damn, no vuln boss. Impossible challenge. Word first. Alright, there we go. Well, that score did not feel good to me. I'm expecting 400... Let me take a wild guess. I'm expecting 491. Let's see if I'm correct. I think it's even less. Oh, never mind. It's 5k more than I thought. Wow, why is this... I don't understand why this is that good. Well, that good. It's not that good, but... Compared to the scores, I feel like I got a 350 yesterday. That was like that, also that same number. Maybe I'm drunk. I don't know. Anyway. Dread Beast, maybe? Well, I got one of them, I think. And a Dread Beast is worth a Mimic, so it's not really... It's not such a big deal. What's my favorite job to play? Does it vary for each deep dungeon? Yeah, it does a little bit. I'd say for POTD, it's Ninja or White Mage. For MLI, it's like Summoner, Ninja, White Mage-ish. And EO, I guess Ninja. So I guess Ninja is probably like the one that sticks out. Ninja, I kind of enjoyed a lot in every deep dungeon. Alright, let's do the real floors. Well, not really the real floors, but the most boring floor. And then the real floors after that. White Mage is great. In Everline PTD, I enjoyed it a lot. I've not tried it there yet. Yeah, the 3140, I hate this place. I love when I have a free raising there because I can do like bait pulls, but without it I get too scared. So the thing I don't like about Reaper over the other melees is your range. Well, it's the same for Mount, but you have like no range things to spam when you're moving. I don't like this very much. There's a follow Franco. What's my score strats from now on? Full clear without speedrun. So if I want to push the score really hard, I think I would full kill this until like starting from now to as long as I could. But since I'm more focused on the Omni, I just kind of play chill there, and I grab the full reveal and that's it. But I don't try to kill too much. As a follow Zephyr. So yeah, I'm just going to like kill things until the key's open. I'm going to do that until we're out. Well, what's nice about going for the full reveals is that it lets me check all the chests, which means my odds of finding a raising are as high as it could be. There's a follow Hearn. That was a lot of controls. That's the follow thunder. Oh my god, there's two more. Oh yeah, by the way, my Dawnbreaker's clear. I uploaded it, but the HD was just like not working, so I had to re-upload. Which is why it's still not out after like 2 or 3 days, unfortunately. But it'll be out. It'll be out once it fixes itself. Oops. I mean, definitely this is not as OP. Like, Reaper is not as OP in EO as it was in Evil High and POT. Because your damage is like it's mostly balanced with the other DPS jobs. In Evil High and the POTD, it's ridiculous because like you have no buttons, but your buttons that you have do like crazy potency. So, oh, no, I'm gonna lose my taint. No, still dead. Yeah, DPS wise, everything's really close. But it also really doesn't matter. Even if one of them was higher, it doesn't really matter because time is not a constraint. So Yeah, Bard Dancer are quite low. Though I did Bard yesterday, it still wasn't really that bad. I mean, it was higher DPS than the tanks, right? So it could not have possibly been worse than the tanks. Bard felt great, man. Bard, I was very surprised. I was very happy to see that it felt really good at max level, because it felt kind of bad at level 17 in my opinion. I actually felt on Bard I was very buzzy during the rotation. AoE, oh, sorry. AoE wise are really strong too. I don't know the damage values, but it felt really good to AoE at least. But I don't know if it's actually like high damage or not. There's not really sparse numbers for AoE, right? I mean, AoE is not really balanced, I think. Some jobs do way more than the others. Thank you, Shiro, for the raid. Not the raid, sorry, for the follow. Because your last name is Rada, so when I saw Rada, I was like, raid. I don't know if it's still the same, but I remember in Shadowbringer it was very unbalanced in dungeons, because I would play Black Mage. And Black Mage like, was by far the most AoE out of any job. In dungeon at least. Probably because in dungeons the fights are short, right? And when it's short, it's perfect for Black Mage because you unload all your players. He's there, so we're gonna explore the other way. Should still be using my soul so every pull, by the way. I gotta word that in my brain. We didn't have this, did not have this in Evans on high, so. Because like there's not really any reason not to do this every. It's like a 600 free range potency move. At the very least, I can pull every monster with this as long as it's not near something else. Salso. Man, I don't know how you pronounce that. By soul. Soul-so. Soul-so. That should be how you say it, right? Or is it soul-sow? Soul-so. Salsa. Salsa. Oh, salsa. Must be the correct pronunciation. Thanks for the follow, Lloyd. I think I just call it my salsa now. Because if we can come up with funny words that I can use instead, then I get to mispronounce things, but instead of looking like an idiot, it looks like it's funny, right? So we should just call it salsa from now on. Thanks, Sage. You're not working on your Omni, but you're working on funny puns. By the way, if you guys didn't know, Angelus actually got his title yesterday. But I feel like most people know. But he finally managed to clear yesterday. That was very nice to see. So Kim, I think 10 attempts to clear in total. For being blind, that's pretty good. Sage retired? Yeah, Sage's retired. Doing back in... He's doing back in Evil High to make his Evil High guide now, right? Right, Sage? So wait, you're going to have a POTD guide and a EO guide, but you're telling me you're skipping the MRI in the middle. Like, doesn't that make you feel a little weird? You've got to make all three. Well, okay, close to 10. Yeah, but I mean, there were a lot of attempts. He just lost to random AoEs, right? Yeah. I mean, this... I really wonder how quickly Angelus will omni this place. Because I feel like it's really hard to interact with your chat in EO compared to POTD and AO High. Because there's so many mechanics that you need to look for. Like even me, I'm at my this is my 9th. This is my 10th solo attempt, and I'm just starting to warm a little bit to like talking to the chat while I'm fighting things. The first like 5 ones I could not even like reply when I was fighting anything. It'll make me feel a little weird. I mean, I'm not gay, but a cat girl is a cat girl. How often did Angelus read chat while fighting Garms? Yeah, but that's what I mean, right? Like, it's like he's gotten good enough at it to do it. But now imagine EO where every monster is a Garm, right? Pretty much. Man, I'm so torn on scoring this place. It's like... I don't know how hard I'm going to score this place after I'm on... I feel like I'm going to lose so many runs scoring this place. It does look fun. It just looks super risky. Because all I can think of is like the floor I'm doing right now. I could be doing AoE pulls. Or like a big part of it, but it's so like any AoE kills me in one shot. And it just feels like it's so easy to just deal like bad geometry and run into something. Oh yeah, also no raisings. Doesn't help. But for this run. Dread. Sure. I'll take my points and leave. You died 32 to some random AoE before. I mean, every AoE beyond 30 is probably a one-shot. Maybe some of them are exceptions, but I think most of them are. Oh, talking of the devil. There's a fellow Diablos. Oh my god, that was so scuffed. You can confirm the Tokro on 70s is a 60-second slow. Oh, really? Doesn't kill you? I thought it killed you. Look how treacherous this is. Like you're coming to the room and you're like, it doesn't even look like there's a trap, and you're like suddenly you're like, oop, it's right there. God, dude, a sight plus 3 fortune plus a landmine. You just know. You just know you should really pull this. I think I will. Yeah, I'll just use like a liturgy to make it super safe. Oh, this is flighted though. But it's still a lot of heals. Well, do I need to liturgy? Maybe not. Hey, what's up, Gaver? How's Reaper in EO? Pretty good. I wouldn't say it's better than the other melees, but it feels pretty good so far. Alright, Chimera. I'd say the biggest downside of Reaper is you don't really have like a good range option. So if you ever have to kite monsters, well, you just don't have like a good way to do it. And I would say the good thing about Reaper is the dash is kind of nice, but like all the melees have a dash. Your burst is pretty high, but you have to build up your burst. The shield's nice for landmines, I'm gonna admit. This is actually very nice for landmines. And landmines are more easy to do in this than the other ones. So that's actually pretty good for it. And thanks for the follow, Laura. With a flight. Run. What difficult job do I have left after like well which job do I think will be difficult? Well, I have Astro, of course. I think Scholar's gonna be a little rough. I don't think Dancer's gonna be rough, and I don't think White Mage will be rough either. And then all the jobs I have left, like what is there a job that I think I would play so bad that it would give me trouble? No, like too focused. I think Monk was the worst one. I don't think there's anything worse than Monk for me for this. No, Black Mage, I'm very comfortable in Black Mage. It's like the only job I rated with extensively. Treasure room. I mean, I am sitting at 3 dreads, but this is flighted. But I mean, I'm sitting at 3 dreads. I should witch anyway pull. I can pull this in AoE with witching. Maybe 2. I'm fine using 2 witchings. Let's do that. Chimera. Is that AoE? Yeah, that's 650%. Okay. This might be 2 witchings. I'm glad I checked that. Wow. It's a shame that I need like 2 witching. I need DPS so far. I need 2 witching stones from 31. It's like just barely, dude. It's like 15 seconds plus 30. But there's just no way you could fight these things like 15 seconds without a witching. There's too many monsters that have dangerous abilities. So many check-ins. Yeah, luckily it didn't matter in that case. Even if they were all imps, we were fine. You get spooked? Luckily, the dragon's voice on this guy is super... you have like a super big space to dodge him. Because they basically kept the same radius as POTD, but they made the garm much smaller, so in exchange it means the donut is like more... it feels like you have more space to dodge. Very spicy, sir. You should have seen Angelus. One time he fought 3 arms at the same time. I think me, I've only fought 2 at the same time. That was my best. Oh, sword dry. AoE. Me, the things I did in AI and POTD are the riskier or AoE pulls. Since, you know, I'm scoring, so I end up doing like way more AoE pulls than Angelus. And also, it's funny because all the scoring I did, it really helps me do landmines on these on this deep dungeon, on like any job. I don't think there's a single job so far where I did not go for landmines. It saves so much time. Scoring is scary. It's really scary in there, but in POTD and I think it's relaxing. I don't know. I like doing it a lot in these plays. The thing that sucks is that now it's starting to be like too optimized in the MLI. Well, MLI lost a little bit of its charm because now you need to push, like, you need to reset to push really high scores. POTD is still very nice though. Have I tried Machinist? No, not yet. Big reason for that is because it's just a job I don't enjoy very much, so I've been like delaying Machinist. It's very likely that it's gonna be what I do like in the last 5 or so. Oh my god, I missed both Death Swish, really? Ah, climber's side. I got you. Let me show it. It's this one. This one takes like all the scores, well, all the clears on all the data centers, and it makes like one giant list of them. Burn intuition. I got you. Did you know I used to have a burn erasing redeem? When I got affiliate the very first time, I was very excited about, you know, channel points. So I got like, I made a bunch of things, including a burn erasing redeem. What I didn't realize is, I didn't realize people would save up their points forever, right? So what I in my head, it was like, it's gonna be a rare thing, you know, like people would rarely make me burn erasing. But what ended up happening is people never use their points, so they would have like hundreds of thousands. So then they could always redeem it, like whenever they felt like it. Wait, that's bro, man. It was like 100k, I think. No, I started it at 25k, and then I raised it to 100k, and then removed it. Hey, Dread, I'll take it. Your guide is fantastic. Hey, I'm not. Well, if the guide helped you, that's nice. Or if it's still helping you. Glad to hear that. Thanks for the follow, Sidan. So I got a dread. Maybe I can find like a landmine. So alluring. If I check this chest five more times in a row, maybe it's gonna be something different. You never know. It's like opening your fridge every 10 minutes in the hope of finding new food. Speaking of raising, you don't know what it is, but some runs you have 3 before 40, and for example, your current run, you haven't found a single one. It's like... It seems to be a worse drop rate than Evan High, but I've seen that happen in Evan High. But it seems just like more common there, so it's just like RG. Like, it's just fairly rare, so sometimes you get a bunch, sometimes you get 0. Alright. One run in ML high, then the other raising until 61. Yeah, that's happened to me too in ML high. But much more rarely. In ML high, when that happens to me, I'm like, wow, I'm unlucky. When that happens in EO, I'm like, that's normal. The dread was on the other way. Immediately time to take notes. Don't stand in the EOEs. Are steals needed for melee in EO late floors? Not really. So my only other melee is Monk. I'd say on Monk there were a few times where a steal helped, but never really a time where steal was necessary. You've been stuck on 180 as warrior. Anything like that in you? Nope. There's nothing like that. EO is very close to like raid bosses mechanics. There's nothing as crazy as Demon. Yeah, I agree. I think steel is really nice to save pots. But if you don't care about that aspect too much, steals are almost useless. I like to use them on the bosses to like maybe fail a mechanic that I could otherwise not fail. But that's about it. And the only other time I actually like actively used one was like a gloom floor. A gloom, like a very high floor that's gloom. Front. Man, I gotta recharge my soul salsa. My salsa every pull. Comino, can I Comino something, please? You really don't like the high auto attacks in high, you prefer this style. It's definitely like the thing that makes people like or hate like, you know, one or the other. It's like the big thing. Like the auto attacks being low damage plus no crits. What does that mean? Like in essence, what the lower auto attacks mean is you never really need steel for anything, and Serenity is much less precious. It is really weird to find a steel as a melee and be like, okay, right? Like when you find a steel in Valhalla, usually you're like, oh my god, it's like finding a raisin in there. So it's very funny when you find a steel in EO and you're just kind of like, whatever. It's such a big difference in design. Because like, for example, let's say the monkeys, right? So you see the monkeys, I guess, is a good example of like what the big difference in EO and MLI as well. So the monkeys in there, when they're out of combat, they do like that big one-shot move, right? But when you actually fight them, they do nothing. In MLI, it's the opposite, right? And POTD. Like when you're not fighting the monkey, he's doing a new move too. It just puts a very weak vuln on you. But when you're fighting the monkey, then it kicks your ass. And then you need steel for it, right? And you need space to kite. And then you need like potions rolling non-stop. That's like, that monster, I'd say, is like a big... It's a good example of the design philosophy difference between the two. Yeah, well, there's some double auto attack monsters in EO, but I don't know them because they don't do enough damage to really care what they are. But there's some. I see tank busters sometimes. Mr. Chimera, please don't kill me. Monsieur le Chimère, s'il te plaît, ne me tue pas. Or if you want a Quebec original accent translation, would be something like s'il te plaît la chimère, tue-moi pas. Mr. Chimera, please kill me. Monsieur Chimera, s'il te plaît, tue-moi. Yeah, it's I will translate in French whatever the sentence is. I thought I put a cooldown on that though. I thought people could only use it every few minutes. Alright, last floor. Yeah, cooldown is working for sure. Ouais, le temps d'attente marche pour de vrai. I need to put a cooldown on that. if I keep translating, I'm gonna die. French stream. It would be so weird for me to stream in French. It would be like absolutely weird. Even though French is my first language, it would still feel so weird. I'm sure a lot of you have the same, they are in the same like kind of boat, right? Like your first language is something, but your second language is English, but then it just feels weird to talk in your first language on the internet, right? That's kind of how it feels for me. Like, on the internet, it's like I can only really interact in English, or it just feels weird. $700k point redeem. I'm sure there's people that are close to that. Thanks for the follow, Mokaz. Thank you. Close to the name of my old WoW character, man. Mokaz is... I had a character called Mokaz in the Warlords of Draenor. Speaking Spanish on the internet is weird for you? Hey, someone else. I wonder how Dragonflight is, man. You know, the new WoW expansion? Because I heard it's great. But it's always hard to tell with WoW if it's really great or if it's people high on cocaine. It's always hard to tell. Oh, Dreadbeast. Never mind. I thought I saw Dreadbeast, but I'm drunk. It's the same thing. There's less copium this time, but still some. Alright, alright. I'm... Because I played a lot of WoW in my life, right? Now, at this point, I played less WoW than Final Fantasy, but I still played a lot of WoW in my life. Like... Because I don't know, I feel weird. Like for me, I played, so I played, you know, Vanilla, Burning Crusade, Wrath of Lich King, and then I quit during Cataclysm. And then I came back during Warlords of Draenor, and honestly, I was like, I kind of liked Warlords of Draenor a lot. And then Legion came out, and then I did not enjoy Legion whatsoever. But it's the opposite for people. Like people say they hated Warlords of Draenor, but they love Legion. So I don't know why for me it was the opposite. Because what I love in Warlords of Draenor was I like the garrison, honestly. Like the garrison, chilling my garrison was kind of nice. Like you could even make like a little building for your pet battles. That was nice. Also like the raids. I like the raids more, I think, in Warlords of Draenor. In Legion, I didn't really like it that much. The first one, at least. But I remember in Warlords of Draenor, the first one, the Blackrock Foundry, I was playing Shaman and would just There were bosses that were like pure AoE, and my shaman did so much damage, and I was like, holy shit. And then I played Shadow Priest at the end of War's Rainer, and dude, this was the best design thing I've ever seen. So on my Shadow Priest, I had a button called Surrender to Madness, I think. So you know what this did? This was a button that basically, like, how do I explain it in simple terms? It's like a button that gave me. Okay, let's explain it in like Reaper terms. It's like if you had a button that made your Enshroud permanent. So like as soon as you press that button, you never leave an Enshroud, but your health drains faster and faster, and you can't heal it back, right? Like there's no way to heal that health, or like you can, but it's exponentially faster, so you can never like be immortal, right? Like it'll go away at some point, and then once it goes off, once it's empty, you die, and you cannot like exit that shroud state, right? That was like how it worked on Shadow Priest. So you had a button, and when you pressed it, you did massive damage, but like you would die. Like once you pressed it, you would die in the near future. Like it was not something you could stop. That was so freaking fun. I'm pretty sure they nerfed it after the expansion. Like they made it unfun, but when it came out, it was the best thing ever. Yeah, it was like the suicide button. It was like you did overpowered damage for as long as you could maintain your rotation busy. But then at some point, it just like became too much, and you would die. It was so fun. It was hilarious. Yeah, final thing with a timer. We don't really have fun things like that. We have them in PvP though, in Final Fantasy. In PvP they went wild for the reward. PvP reward has been like one of the best things this chain had. Alright. Well, this guy's gonna take 2 seconds, so we don't need to use anything. So I've never done the WoW PvP too much though. I've never enjoyed WoW PvP, but PvE I liked it. Yeah. And I enjoy WoW. I enjoy Final Fantasy PvP though. I should probably steal because just save me potions, plus like where else will I'll steal anyway. Alright, keep moving because this puts a secret twister under you. Look behind me. There it is. Yeah, it's hard to get used to the lower value still. Like, it's really hard. It's also hard to get used to the last set giving you so many demi-clones. Like, this took me a while to adjust to as well. Because you're tempted to save your demi-clone because, you know, like you feel like they're as rare as Magicite. But then on the last set, they become as common as a Strain. That took me a little bit adjusting too. You know what's the first thing I'm gonna do when I get my Omni? Is I'm going to go back to like UTD and I just do like a run, right? To show people what's the difference. Because I assume at this point there will be like many people that don't know like the other PD guns, right? Like they only know EO. So it'll be great to show them like what they're about. Hey, I got a question for you, Sig. Do you think you could clear if you start at 184 this place? By solo. And you, of course, you only get Aeturna in your run. I feel like there's a chance. I think it'd be super hard, but I feel like there's a chance you could maybe clear if you start at 1. Maybe. Maybe it's a little bit of copium, but because like I think your 1 to 30 is gonna be like absolutely terrible, but then I think you can like kind of chill until 50, and then it should be like a really hard high run after that. Thanks to the follow at this set. Kind of interesting. I don't want to try because, you know, I don't want to lose my I don't want to lose my Aeturna, but which Chimera type do you use? Oh, I can show you this. I use where is it? Character? Yeah. I use Legacy with disabled Chimera Pivot. I actually used to play with Chimera Pivot, but since they added it, I just remove it now. Like now it feels weird. But I played with it for a long time. Maybe I can try after Omni? Yeah, maybe. Well, I would try on an Aldo, so I don't have to lose my Aeturna, because I don't want to grind it again. No problem. Alright, I'm gonna take a short 3-minute break. And I will be running a quick ad during that time. I apologize. And once I come back, we're gonna go into the Rave Caves finally. So be right back. I am back. Sorry for that. Okay, just give me a second. Hey, Zephyr. Hello, it's been a while. I have come to the conclusion that you just straight up suck at soloing Deep Dungeon. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. It's pretty hard to solo this place. Don't get the wrong impression because we've done this like 300 times. all the streamers, right? But thank you very much for the sub, Zephyr. Thank you for the 6 months. I mean, EO is demoralizing. It can be demoralizing. Sorry. If you've been doing EO, because EO looks like it's gonna be impossible until you learn all the abilities, and then you're like, oh, it's not that bad. But then before you get to that part where you've learned everything, it looks like it's gonna be impossible. It was kind of the same, right? Like when we did the group run, the first group run, when we were on like the 60s, we were like, all of us were like, Jesus Christ, this is the hardest deep dungeon out of all of the 3 of them. And now, now that we've done it, we're like, it's the easiest one. Just because we've learned all the mechanics. Hey, what's up, Doug? Would you come back to Orthos after Omni? Is there anything else you want to do with the content? I'd like to push some high scores. But probably when I get Omni EO, I'll go back to mess around in PUTD and MLI. Then I might come back to EO after that to do scores. Alright, let's go. So we're going to 41 to 50. We have only 1 raising, unfortunately, so we can't afford to waste it. In those middle floors of that group when we were so young, so naive. So okay, Sage, how disappointed are you in EO from a scale of 1 to 10? Like for real. No memes aside. Like the lower number is the more disappointed you are. Because I can't tell if you're memeing or if you're like not memeing. Give me a number. I want to see a number. Alright, anyway, back to Gigichat Cave. One being most disappointed, around 3. So 3 out of 10 in disappointment. Damn, so you really were disappointed in you. Oh, what's this? Uki. Thank you for the warrior guy using it to prone a warrior and red mage. Hey, I'm glad the guy that is helping people. No problem. Good luck on your... Sorry, good luck on your prod. And remember, every time you go on my video and you complain in the comments about my Storm Eyes uptime, you will get your clear 1 day later. So don't do it. Keep this in mind. It's like Half-Life 3. Every time you make a Gaben joke, it gets pushed 1 more month. So I guess Half-Life Alyx was kind of like Half-Life 3, right? Maybe that meme's all dead. Maybe that meme's all outdated now. I'll use Dogra, I'll just be very careful. He's there. By the way, I don't know if you've ever seen Harvest, well, it's called a Salsa, Solso, right? Has actually a very sick animation. When you're in combat. If you do it out of combat, it's like instant. But look out of combat. Look at this. That's so cool. Too bad that you never see this animation. Because, like, why would you ever use this in combat? At least outside of raid. I know in raid you can use it, you know, during downtime, but outside of raid, like in deep dungeon, there's not really any reason to ever use that. I remember I was doing my roulettes with my friends, and I did a Soul So Only Reaper run for fun, and it was so funny. It's like your Black Mage, but 20 times worse. Oh boy, what's coming next? Let me go away a little bit. Alright. Hold on. This guy does a big cone. Yeah. Safety. Black Mage only Xenos, let's see when. Wow, that would suck. So you get like what? 1 Xeno per 30 seconds? That wouldn't be a lot of damage. But to attack Astro when? You could not even get to floor... I bet you could not even reach floor like 4. In Evan High, at one point, one day I made it to floor 99 on, I think, Summoner. With, you know, like something like 20 something minutes because I had missed the speed run. And I decided to do a Shapti with only auto attacks. And I had to give up because it was looking like it was going to take like 20 plus minutes to kill that one monster with auto attack. So I don't recommend I don't recommend it. Forms. Okay, should use this on the next floor. When would you recommend burning your dread on 91 plus? I like doing it whenever I get really terrible debuffs. But it's not a bad idea to use them on like the last 3 floors specifically. Because there's some super nasty monsters on the last 3 floors. Like there's the Garms and a lot of monsters that do AoEs and moves too. But I think I prefer using them when I have bad debuffs. And also double dipping is... I don't think it's that good in EO compared to the other two, because the rooms are so large that even if you dip, you can never really get much use out of it. Okay, I'm gonna storm this. Did the shot spotted? Let me ignore this guy though. I'm gonna use a liturgy actually. Try to make things way safer. I gotta stun this mimic. Well, he's right in the center of the UE. So could not have chosen a better spot. That's fine. I'll remove the parts after. So why do I use my storms whenever I'm at 3, by the way, is because when you find a free one in a chest, it's like 9 times out of 10 it's in such an inconvenient like time that it's hard to use it. So I just prefer to use it whenever I'm at 3. I feel like it just makes everything simpler. Yeah, lethargic one just too soon. I think I went so far that some of them on that road. By the way, out of curiosity, for anyone that actually watched like Angelus Prod, the whole thing, did he ever die to the Aeturna, the Gigi Chat? Like, what did he do the first time he saw a Quake cast? Like, what was his first reflex to LOS? Because this is the first monster that you need to LOS if you don't have an interrupt in this place. I assume his first reflex was to LOS, right? Because I know when we did the team run, that was also our first reflex when we saw it. Let me alter. If you remember correctly, he did LOS correctly the first time. Nice. Interesting. Well, that is really the first reflex anyone has if they've done like deep dungeons. Alright, GG chat coming. Any tips for 8190 with no storm, no dread bombs? Damn, you got a bad hand going into 81. Well, I never need the dread and storms for 81 personally. I always use them like 91 plus. I maybe use a storm or two. What I would do is first I would LOS this, make sure that I do it correctly. Okay. What I would do is I would flight everything as much as you can, and would probably alter everything that you can as well. Just doing that plus, you know, strength. Oh, no flight too? Okay, well. Well, okay. Do we have any demi-clone? So here's what you can do. If you have like any kind of demi-clone, what I would do is try and check all the silvers that you see, because the demi-clone rate is super high on this set. And what you can maybe do is you can use a demi-clone on like almost every floor that has a bad debuff on it. Like fight normally until you get like any kind of debuff that slows you down, and then just use a demi-clone. Because like it's very likely you're gonna find 5+ of them on the set. You can stun mimics, you can, for as long as they're not gold chests. So you can stun all the mimics up to floor 60. And once you're at floor 60, then golds can no longer be stunned. But yeah, I feel like if you've got no flights, no dread, no storms, what's gonna save your run maybe is demi-clones. So definitely do not keep like your demi-clones like on you. Just use them. Yeah, only a knight is weird sometimes. Sometimes I get like none. Sometimes I get like 6 in 2 4s. Onion Knight 81 plus is just a normal Archance. I think it's... So my feeling is it's the same chance to get any of the 3. But it's just way more common to get demi-clones like on the last set. Last 2 sets. But I feel like you have the same chance of getting like each one. You try playing better. Hey, I mean, if we all did that, if we all did this, then we would all have our title. Why isn't there a palm that does that? You know, like a commander of skill. Like use it and the spirit of UCP takes over your body for 8 minutes, plays instead of you. Man, that's kind of fucked up. Why don't we have a raising commander like in real life? That's kind of fucked up when you think about it. You mean I can raise in the game, but I can't raise in real life? It's called Adderall. Man, when I was playing Pro League, like over almost a decade ago, it was just starting to be a thing where like people that were going to do like difficult, you know, like they would play for a long time or play on stage, they would take, they would drug themselves with Adderall. And another one, Ritalin, maybe? Oh shit, good song. Hold up, we got the best song. Yeah, jam. Lead stream when? Let me tell you when I'm gonna do a lead stream again. When they bring back Earth, and you know, like as a permanent mode, you can play when you want, just not like a you miss it, you never have it again thing. And then they let me play Garen again in it and one-shot everyone with a spin. Oh, that should be fine. I just have to keep running. Okay. So I gotta be careful. I can stun this guy too, I forgot. Like that. Am I enjoying the score running aspect of you so far? Yeah. But it's so risky that I don't feel comfortable going hard on like on my Omni Rush. Yeah. So it's like, once I get more into it, maybe it will be better. But right now, I'm just kind of doing it on 130. Which is a little annoying because on healers and tanks, 130, like the 110 stretch, if you don't have good bombs, you need to reset. On DPS, I think you are fine most of the time though. You have the temporary rank 1 dart on Eater. Hey, nice. With 1.6. You and Zeren are going to destroy it? Probably Zeren. Zeren cares less about Omni and more about like specific jobs. Me, I'm more, I care more about like everything. I'm more of a jack of all trades. Zeren's gonna beat that though, definitely. Oh, you care about everything, even me? Yeah, I care about you, Sig. I care about you and your guide. I would care more about you if you made your Evan guide. Just saying. When would you switch to full kill sets? I would switch to full kill from 31. But maybe you can do 3140 with speedrun full kill if you have like very good bombs going to it. But beyond that, it seems kind of like, oh, like, unless you have good luck. Oh my god, that key. What the hell? That's yellow. I didn't know, by the way, say that you had a whole ass live 2D model that you got commissioned and everything. I just opened your stream randomly like a few days ago. Well, actually, it was when I opened it and you cleared, and I was like, whoa, yeah, you got a model and everything. I'm like the only person left with... I'm like the only guy left that has like a $20 boot model. I feel left out. I like business, man. I like business, man. Yeah, very high quality model. With big assets. Huge assets. Important in Unity 3D. I mean, I gotta say, I don't think, for me, I don't think Reaper feels as good as other jobs I've played. I think because it's kind of weird to set up your burst on every monster. Because like, you don't really build up anything outside of combat. I mean, you build up so-so if you use it. But like your actual bars, you have to build them up every monster. I feel like what ends up happening is that whenever I engage a monster, all my shit's ready, but then my bars are high, and so I have to overcap like things. It's so weird. What is the name of this song? It's like Final Fantasy IV boss remakes, I think. Is that correct? I don't know the actual name. But it should be like the FF4 boss remake for 14. So if you type that on Google, it should bring up this song. It's a like banger. It's rare that I like the remix more than the original, but I think this song's better than the original. You heard this theme from Super Mario RPG? What? Why? Is that some kind of collab thing? Or is it just a very similar song? Right. The secret boss of Super Mario RPG uses this theme since the game was made by Square. Huh, okay. I did not even know that. It's a damn good theme. Can't blame them. Okay, there's a lot of traffic there. Let's start with the Kelpie. Probably prepared this. Why not? These Bone guys always give me a heart attack. Oh my god. Every time I'm like, oh no. You know, I think this set, I don't know the actual values and numbers or everything, but I feel like this set, it's the set where you do the most damage to monsters, well, where they die the fastest. Because I've noticed on this set, I always have like a lot of time. It doesn't feel tight at all. It does feel like you're melting monsters on this set. Oh. Let's kill the wolf first. No, let's kill the scorpion first. So I don't have to watch out for AoEs. Alright. Hey, what's up, Tasmanian Devil? Welcome back. Oh, gone too early. Finally at 99.99 and then working on solo attempts for Water and Summoner. Nice. Grinding the pole was a pain for this deep down. It was much more annoying than the other two, I think. So it's always nice when you get to hit 99 finally. Absolutely not more annoying than Palace. Huh, really? Me, I didn't really find Palace that annoying because I felt like in Palace I could start my run at like... I could start the run at something like 60-60 and I would be 99-99 by the end. But there, I feel like you get... Well, it feels like you get more demi-clones than Magicites. So less of the chests are like either pool. You finish your first clear 99-92. Yeah, I think a lot of people are gonna finish their clears without max 84. And you start at 60-60. Wow, I'm surprised you got 99. Starting 60. Goodbye, music. It was nice having you. You feel like you're going to get one-shot a lot trying to learn the new floor sets and mechanics on monsters? Yep. Unless you're very good at learning from VODs. Yes. There will be a lot of dying. Luckily on tank, you can always tank invuln. Like you need to see something that you would otherwise not survive. And also don't forget Liturgy, right? Don't forget to use the Liturgy Commander. Like if you're ever on a set where you're like, I think these monsters will give me trouble, then your Liturgy is gonna like let you see more mechanics. Very helpful. I'm almost at 3k potions. And these must be worth like no money, right? Yeah, I can't tell how much they're worth right now, but they must be worth like nothing, right? Just so many people are doing EO right now. You know, it's kind of interesting. I think there's gonna be more people with the EO title than PUTD or MLI. Like, not even a month in. Like, I think it's gonna like surpass it super quick. Because we're already at something like 400 or 500. 200 gil. Okay, yeah, they're worthless. Yeah, 500 people cleared week 1. Yes. Yeah, this is insane. The clear rate there is insane. Like, once you've learned the mechanics, you can clear this super consistently. And also, of course, it's way more popular than the other two. Because first, you got access to your maximum toolkit. And second, it's new, right? Like, it's new and shiny. You know, I don't even think the monkeys are that bad. Like, I think the monkeys are really cool mechanic, but I don't think they're that bad. Like, as long as you're paying attention, it's not that bad. Plus, it's the fact that you can pull them that, like, so easily that makes them not an issue for me. Because, I mean, really, when you see a monkey, all you gotta do is either pull it right away or wait for it to do its move, then pull it. Damn, there's 1,500 Necromancer. That's nuts. I thought it was around 1,000. I'm outdated. Well, let's not be greedy. Yeah, if it's according to lot achievement, there's actually more as well. Oh, I thought it was a pro. There's actually more because people that have their achievements like hidden, they don't show it on it. Oh, raising alert. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. Well, I wouldn't say it's very common, but it's way more common. Like if I go, like, let's put it that way. If I go in an alliance raid, I expect to see like one necromancer. That's not me. Reaper damage seems absurdly high, or is it just you? I don't think it's absurdly high, but the set I'm on right now is the one with the squishiest monsters overall. So it may feel that way, but it's pretty similar to the other ones, I'd say. Wait, there's one necro for 8 legends right now. So that means they're kind of the same rarity, right? Because then a legend title is 8 people that do one raid. Oh, you said a random number. It's really funny to me. Well, it's not funny, but it's surprising that, because when I checked like a few months ago, like there's way more legend titles than like, you know, Necromancer or Lonely Row, and I always thought it was weird Because I feel like that the commitment to ultimate is way harder than it is for deep dungeon. At least for me, I feel like if I went for a legend title, it would be such a big grind, it would burn me out. Whereas something like deep dungeon, like yeah, prodding can take long, but I also like prodding a deep dungeon can take you like literally an evening, you know? Like you're always an evening away from clearing. No flashy weapon at the end of the deep dungeon though. No? Yeah. What we get instead of a flashy weapon is we can buy furniture with the tombstone. Dude, that was so funny. Yesterday someone on my stream said like, he said something like, are you doing this for the furniture? And I was going to reply and I was like, wow, I don't even have a comeback for this. Like I am truly only doing this for the furniture. Because all you can do with the last item is buy furniture once you've bought everything else. So I was like, yeah, I'm kind of doing that for furniture, I guess. So we're going to have a lot of furniture. That's kind of a bad floor. Kind of tempting to Dogra this. Or Serenity. Last floor. Let me Dogra just this, I think. In the furniture, man. Yeah, I can buy a lot of furnitures for even I 2TD, let me tell you. Okay, see, that's where Dodra's dangerous. I don't know if he's gonna do the AoE because he like the cast looked like he completed. It did not. Gotta be really careful. Less necromancer than lone heroes. That surprises me too, but I also understand why. Because the length really puts people off from PvTD. Me, I don't care about the length. In fact, I probably enjoy it a little more because of the length, but I know it puts people off. Ultimates have a lot of boosting going on. I mean, you can boost in deep dungeons as well. Not boost, but like pilot, right? Like there's people that sell clears. But I don't know if that. But I don't know if it's like as common as it is for ultimates, of course. Though it's funny because if someone actually buys their like sorry, not ultimate, but if someone buys their deep dungeon title, it's really easy to tell if you talk to them about deep dungeon because they have no idea what this is about, right? Like for EO, someone could like like for EO, I think they could like. You could play along because EO everything's viable, but for PvT and MI, like if you bought your title and you actually have no idea how it works, you could tell in 5 minutes that they're lying. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, Behemoth the hardest boss, am I right? Also, Red Mage is the best job, right? That they'll say things that don't make sense. Conflicting information. Like for example, everyone that doesn't do deep dungeon thinks Red Mage is the best, but they also know that 180 is the hardest boss. Then they'll mix up these two parts, right? They'll be like, oh, Red Mage, I did Red Mage and 180 was like really hard. But then it's not really true. because 180 is easy if you're red mage, but it's really hard if you're not red mage. And then they will also never like, they will never mention 190, even though it's probably harder than 180 for a lot of jobs. You know, they'd be like, oh, 180, 190, that was easy. And no problem. Yeah, no problem, 190. Easiest boss of my life. Yeah. Everyone knows 190 is easy, especially when you get crit for like 2/3 of your HP. There's the follow cats. That's interesting. Would I say 190 in POTD is harder than the bosses in EO? It's hard to say because I feel like it's still harder. Even though the 190 doesn't have much mechanics, it's just the auto attacks hurt so much. Unless you're a tank. If you're a tank, it's probably easier than EO bosses. If you're a DPS, though, I would say the 190 in POTD is harder. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah, time it out aside, because you can also time out easily in there. Got several DCs in the recent days. Oh boy, dude, I forgot about her. He almost lost the run. I forgot that she was there. I'm so lucky she wasn't looking. Ooh, okay. Like, I'm sure she would one-shot me. Like, there's no doubt. Okay. Your only experience in POTD is that high is Sage, and your only experience following EO bosses is Sage as well. And you personally feel 190 is harder than any of the EO bosses? I'd say yeah if you're not a tank, that's true. Also, I'm sorry to hear that you DC'd Mia, but yeah, you can run 150 at your ice close now. That's nice. I'm getting close to that too. Alright, this boss though I need to focus. I'm gonna steal. In out. Hold on, so that out in. Right. In, out. Left. By the way, I wonder if you get one-shot by the mechanics on this boss. I've never failed one of them. And usually Garms, like, kind of kill you because they put, like, CCs on you and all that. But I've never actually been hit by this guy. It might be more forgiving. You don't? Even if you get hit by a Ram's voice, like the ice one? Doesn't it freeze you or something? Okay, so it's still the same lightning dot, but also freeze thing. So Ram's voice, you just dead, I guess. Out, in. In, out. Hey, Bowie. Thanks for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're just finishing up this boss. What were you up to, Bowie? Oh my god, that's close. Got to 81 for the first time. Nice. Did you stop there or did you wipe a little higher? So that's out, in. Alright. Stop there. I had a chance to have a solid setup, but died once with the boss and didn't realize Nanosphere Jet sets its position. Thought they turn around to face you again. Yeah, it always makes him face towards where you spawn in the arena, right? But yeah, you're in for a good time. Next time you're doing 281. But you probably know what it looks like now, unless you're like completely blind, but it looks very cool. Alright, so we have 2 raisings. Okay. So there's a chance we're gonna find some. I had a red mage die to 80 today, and I was feeling okay damage wise. Yeah, 80 is the magnets, right? It's definitely the hardest boss for me. Out of all the bosses, at this point, it's the hardest one for me. I feel like I'll never be comfy on the magnet boss. Like, it's always gonna give me trouble. Ah, yes, the green triangles. I saw Angelus die into that yesterday, I think. So when the boss, the 99 boss, does the green triangles, you can actually stand in the, like, if it's a donut, you can stand in the it box, but like on the edge. So you just need to not be like in the middle. Like, let's say, I don't know, let's say this marker is the boss it box. You just don't want to be like there. But if you're like there and the triangles are shooting like there and there, then you're fine, right? So you just need to be on the edge of the circle, like the edge of the inside, but you don't be like in the middle there. Alright. So, last set where I would not raise normally. By the way, still no lag on the stream. Because I know we had some lag issues earlier, but I assume if no one complained about it, there's still no lag issues, so that's good. Alright, 5160. Hey, Ancient Crystal, thank you very much for the sub. Thank you, I appreciate it. Almost 120 subs, man. Damn. Alright, really gotta reinvest that money. I was talking about it earlier. I really gotta reinvest that money into a better PC for streaming. It's kind of pushed at its limit right now. Alright. Educational streams are the best. Love this stream a lot. Hey, thank you. That means a lot. You know, it's funny because it's not It's not that I'm trying to be educational, but it's I don't know. I just got used to saying out loud what's going on. Reinvest into bigger assets on Lalafell. Big Lalafell assets. Alright. Emir. My beloved Emir. Oh my god. Wrong button, by the way. That happened because my 5 is my dash, but my 6 is my plentiful harvest. How do you deal with glows if you have no choice but to pull one? You pray it doesn't bug, like me. It's never bugged for me, so me, I'm still safe, but I think you just kind of try to avoid the glows, honestly. Like, just try to pull everything else. Or if you're gonna pull a glow, then make it like a witching landmine. Yeah, you kind of slap. Yeah, they do the bard like randomly from the clips I've seen. It's about to come. I know it's coming. Do it. Never mind. Impatient. Dude, he's at like 1 HP. Come on. This is the monster you ate the most in EO. It's not the one I ate the most, but it's top 5. What's my scariest monster? Scariest? The ball in 91. The patrol ball that does like high voltage. Because if you don't have an interrupt, that monster like... It puts you in bad situations like non-stop. Plus its proximity, so you can't even avoid it. Your share of cocaine bear. Yeah, if you have an interrupt, the ball is really nice. If you're tank, it's also very nice. If you're anything but these two, it's annoying. But then it's annoying when you still have to kill it, so... Can it be slept actually? The ball? I've never tried. I don't think I tried. I would be surprised if it could sleep though, because it's like a ball, you know, of metal. But maybe it can. Oh, it cannot. Okay. Well, I would have been surprised if it could. Oh, well, we learned something. Even if the sprite is silenced, it would still blow up. Really, I learned. You need to unlock Reaper. What level does Reaper even start at? I don't remember. Does it start at level... Ooh, landmine. Does it start at level 81? No, 70, right? Yeah, 70. Well, you know what? If I have 2 raise aims going to the next set, I might actually not raise the next set and instead keep it for 71 plus. I'll think about it. So far, the enemy that killed you the most is the sewer plant. I mean, the sewer plant is terrible to fight, so understandable. I've never died to it solo, but I would understand why you would. In fact, in a group, I died to it like 5 times, so... that's fine. Yeah, there's sounds, you can avoid them, but sometimes even if a monster is sound, you don't want to avoid it because then it's in a bad spot, and if you're fighting something else, you're like bullet. So sometimes you will fight it anyway. But yeah, you can avoid it if you are able to. Gonna blow up. Any tip for floor 60 boss? That's the Gozu, right? Well, we're gonna get to the boss in like what, 40 minutes, so I'll be able to show it off. But the way I like to do the Gozu is I always walk into his last cone, and then I only pay attention to one thing when he's setting it up. I only pay attention to if there's a repeat of 2 cones in the same side. That's it. Because if there's no repeat, all you gotta do is always do in the last swipe location. And if there's a repeat, all you have to do is wait for that side to get swiped twice. Then you go like on that side and stay there. Oh yeah, it like Cesare said, it only hits the same side twice for every side. So it's trying to do 8 strikes, but it's trying to hit every side twice. So that's why it's why you don't have to pay attention to the whole thing. As long as you see 1 repeat, you know this side will be safe after the 2nd strike. That's the strat I use anyway. Is that proximity? Probably, right? Yeah. Do you get less rewards if you start a run from 21? So if you start from 21, there's two things that you won't get. First is you will not get the title from soloing. So that's solo specifically. In a group, you will still get all the rewards. But solo, you will not get the title. And the second thing you will get less of is you will get less points. So there's like a point system in there where you're going to be placed on the leaderboard after you clear or not. And if you start on 21, you'll get less points. So that's the only two things. If you don't care about either of them, then you can always start on 21 and save. Let me alter. Oh, there's a chest. Past floor 30, Black Mage feels really good. I am sure Black Mage feels good. I'm pretty excited to try Black Mage. The only reason I didn't do it is because I like rushed it to casters, so I was like I should keep the last caster for a little longer. Alright, this guy's gonna blow up, don't forget. You're still scared to continue your 81 machinist file. Hey, I mean, what's the worst that can happen? You just lose and you do it again. But like, what's the best that can happen if you don't do it? Well, nothing, because you're still not gonna do it. So you know, just gotta go in. Just gotta do it, man. That guy's gonna blow up. Let me go there. I mean, yeah, I could kill it, but let's just be patient. Level 90 boss is really not that bad, but like you need to do it once to see all its things, and then it's not bad. The first time you do it, it's terrifying. I agree. Alright, I don't trust the wall in that other room, so I'll do this there. If you don't LOS this, what happens? You die in one shot. Nice trap. Intuition baited me. There's a few abilities in there that if you don't hide behind a wall when they're going up, you're going to die, and that's one of them. As far as I'm aware, there is no way to avoid this unless you hide behind a wall. So because you can't stun the shard, you can't sleep the shard, you can do anything to it. It's the only way to survive this. Yabby. See, that's why I say that tank is easier overall, because you see my HP there, it's getting low enough where I have to like pay a little bit of attention to it. But on tank, you never have this issue. Like on tank, you will never need to lose your health. And I think this is what makes tank nicer to prod. Yeah, I mean, of course, upside of DPS is the monsters will die, you know, faster. I mean, it depends what kind of, it depends how much effort you want to put into the prod versus how much effort you want to put into trying to get it down, you know, in the quickest amount of time possible. Like, honestly, I would do it on the DPS. Like, if, let's say I did not know anything about EO, and I did not care about potion, I would do it on DPS for sure. Because me, I don't like doing things in two different ways. I would just go on DPS right away and try to learn like that. But I think there's a lot of people for whom tanks will be excellent to learn. Because this deep dungeon is only like you need to learn the mechanics, and once you do, you're set for it here. Like you're ready for it. Was a good job to get the title on. Well, if you to get the title, prodding on warrior or a tank is nice, like I said. But outside of that, I would go for your favorite DPS. Whatever DPS you think you play the best. And by this, I mean any DPS where you don't have to stare at your bars, right, to do your damage, is your best DPS to pair, for sure. Say like healer, I'm a little healer, like, and by healer I mean Sage and White Mage specifically. They might be okay, but I feel like they're gonna be harder to manage your time for if you've never really done time management before. Thanks for follow Rush 17. Yeah, I don't think there's a big difference between all the melees outside of Ninja Hide being like just kind of neat. Yeah, Machinist blew up with the peers, man. You know why? Because people, they just did the same job they did PUTD on, and so it just so happened that all the jobs are viable, and so it made Machinist like kind of crazy popular. Plus, no, Machinist like in itself has a very simple rotation. So it's good to proc this place too. It's not as good as a tank, but it's still like pretty good. The only thing you have to watch out for if you're playing a range DPS is you're gonna be very tempted to kite away from the monsters, but there's a lot of monsters that if you do that, they'll kill you with like a big cone or a donut or something. So you gotta like play kind of close to things. Is my warrior guide up on YouTube? Yes, it is. I think it's my last video release. Should be on there. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of monsters that do that huge cones. They are the most dangerous on range DPS, I would say. Just if you're running away from a cone that's huge, you're dead. Like there's nothing you can do. Man, I kind of don't want to do this floor. Let's storm. It's gonna be way too boring. So. Yabi though cannot be pulled. I'll wait for the Yabi. I mean, it can be pulled, but it's just not a good idea. Two Yabis. I mean, can I, like, can I do this with my time? Yeah, but like, do I want to? Not really. So don't be so. I do the same thing in Putin and about high, so that's not new. If you want to see someone that does the total opposite of me, watch Aurora Moon on Twitch. Aurora Moon is the opposite. Like, if he can keep his palm to 3, he will keep it. Me, I like just using them. I know, dude, there's a lot of mines, but it's no ability. But I know, it's really tempting. Personally, you think the point-blank AoEs are much more dangerous than the cones? Huh, interesting. I mean, there's a few fast ones. But I think the cones are what scares me the most. Like, the long cones, specifically. Oh, we have a Serenity. Well, that doesn't matter. I'm committed to the storm. Rain, steel, right. He keeps pumps for spite of difficulty. It's a different way of playing. Like Aurora will never waste a bomb if he doesn't need to use it, right? So like he would not storm this because we don't need to for time, right? Like we don't actually need to storm. Me, I like just to speed up a little bit. Like even if we don't need it. I'm confident I'll find it back before we need it for real, right? So you just spam them. Yeah, I think that's a good. I think that's my favorite way of doing it. I'm not gonna say it's the best way, but it's my favorite way. Because I feel like if you're starting out, it's better to play that way anyway. Because like let's say you play super conservative on the first like I don't know 50 floors. Then once you get to the higher floors, you don't really know how to use your bombs, right? Like you don't really know what to do that much and all that. That was a synergy. Not only that. Do you need to use sprints to walk all of that Yabi ability? No, you don't. Thank God. As long as you're walking as it goes up, you're fine. Damn. I mean, I kind of want to storm this again. Not gonna lie. I mean, I will. No regen is too nice, man. To pass up. All right. Yeah, no regen affects enemies. That's actually something they made. They changed that in the recent patch. It used to not work on enemies for PvT didn't on high, and then they made it work on enemies for this bomb. You got 2 QRT with Storm and now you have 0% 1 plus. Nah, it's whatever. Don't feel it. I think I've had a similar setup and Storm is just so common. I feel like I find Storm non-stop. Oh, Walter. I would be scared of your dreads. If your dreads are at 0 or like 1, then I'd be a little screwed. Still missing a raising. I would love to find that so I could raise the next set. Thanks for following the stream. Waddle's too good. Yeah, that Waddle, right? The Lullafell Waddle. Actually, I dislike that animation a lot. I wish I could just walk normally. When is Dread most important? I'd say on the last set. You want to try and keep it for the last set, or keep it before that if you have like an emergency, right? Like if your time is actually so bad that you're not gonna make it, then you can Dread too. Oh yeah, this deep dungeon will have more clears than the other two. No shot, it doesn't. Like we're already at 500 clears in under a week. And someone checked earlier, the other two is like I have like 1500 clears. Yeah, if you do walk only, I don't think it's possible. Thank you for the follow. RWS, thank you. Ooh, steal. Oop. I mean, maybe on tank, if the bosses, like all the things you can do are like the things you can walk for, you cannot walk for, I mean, maybe it's possible on tank, but I don't know. It seems very unlikely. Alright, knock back, careful. You're correct. You're correct, actually. The mount would be impossible. But the monsters, you can always avoid the ones that are impossible. So they would not make it impossible, right? You just have to make sure you don't pull specific ones. But yeah, the monk, for example, you could not do it. You could knock back immunity, the first suck in effect, but then you would have to kill it before the second one. So in 30 seconds. I mean, we almost did that, Paul. In one of my runs, we got to the last boss with something like 15 minutes, and we actually let Onion Knight do 50% of the boss HP by itself. It did exactly 10% per minute. So on 99, if you have 10 minutes, you can let Onion Knight do all the work for you. Right, big AoE. Thanks for my warrior guide. Helped you a lot to get to 99. Hey, nice. Glad the guide helped you. Congrats on your 99 PB. The boss is pretty hard on 99, so. Thanks for the follow, Shin. How do you attack without facing the mob? Oh, damn. If you don't have that setting... Well, actually, I don't know exactly. So there's this setting there. Automatically face target when using action. Ah, but you're playing... Maybe you're playing on standard. That's what it is, right? So if you're playing on standard, the movement is like tank controls, right? Like you move like a tank. You know, like W, D... Sorry, I mean A, D, W, S. Me, I play on this, on Legacy instead. Legacy lets me play... It lets you move in basically all directions, and with always... It faces the direction and goes that way. And then this thing there in character, you have this called automatically face target when using action. This makes it so that even if you're not facing the thing, your character will turn to face it if you use an ability, right? So let's say, for example, this monk. If I'm facing away, but I use my skill, it's gonna turn around or to use it. And I recommend you play with that setting on, because if you play without that, you're gonna have a bad fight. Now that only means one thing though, is if you're gonna like do a gaze ability, if you're dealing with a gaze ability, make sure you actually turn around and not attack, because if you attack, it's gonna like face the target, right? Yeah, I know Legacy like makes you turn. It turns your character when you use skills. In fact, that was an issue in the raid that I did this year. Because in my static, there was a melee that would always read his GCDs during the gaze of the snakes. So I told him to use his AoEs instead of his single target skills. Because at least if you AoE, it doesn't turn your character. Yeah, though remember you cannot avoid it, right? Like, because I assume you mean like, let's say you hold your two, like let's say I hold my right click and my left click, then my character will never not face this direction. example, let's say this mimic, right? Let's say I hold left click and right click and I'm not looking at it. It's gonna look like I'm never facing it, right? But I am. Like every time I'm using my skill, I actually face him for like a split second. So it would still proc gaze mechanics. We don't need that. The thing is, in Final Fantasy, oh, I tried to interrupt. I tried to do my interrupt keybind, but I forgot on manually. You cannot attack if you don't face your target, even with auto facing up. So if I'm like that, I don't auto attack? I do, right? Yeah, I still auto attack. Is that what you meant? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Yeah, you cannot just hit it unless you're facing. And that setting that everyone has on makes it feel like you can attack behind, but you can't. Like, it still faces your character when you do it. Yeah, I mean, but you're insane. If you're playing... Like, if you're playing with that setting off, well, either you don't know what it is or you're insane. Like, I see very little benefit to playing with that on. Well, I do actually turn this off for one specific thing. It's when I'm playing first person, but I don't think that's... I don't think sane people do that, so... Because in first person, it's super disorienting if you keep that on. Okay, I know we're out, but there's just so much shit in the way. I'll take care of it. Right. I used to think that's SSA. I used to think that you could cheese the turning around by, like, you know, like always facing in the direction but like attacking the other one. And then I died on 50 MI one day doing that on Bard, and then I learned that you can never cheese it. You can only like you said, you can try to make it less, like take less longer when you're facing targets, but you can never make it so you don't face a target if you're using a skill. Alright, we're doing good on time. I didn't really look at the time, but it's fine. So these guys are sound as reminders, so if you can avoid them, I would, unless they're like in a really bad spot. Yeah. I remember on day one we were really... It was so sus that some monsters had like no mechanics when everything else just one-shots you. It's kind of a weird decision. I guess because they wanted like quote-unquote easy monsters to pull. But it doesn't really matter because like you pull everything anyway, so. For now. I cannot believe it. Welcome to 459. Trapped into a mimic. But we got Corrigan, so can we really complain? I mean, if we're talking deep dungeon in general, it's just not an efficiency. It's not an efficiency and optimization like content really. Like, if you see a gaze and then, you know, like 8 hours of your time is built onto like avoiding that gaze, then you should probably just turn around for 2 seconds instead of take a risk. Oh dude, the no knockback sucks. Still 2 raisings. Well, I guess I'm not gonna raise the next set. That's gonna be my first time I don't raise the 61. Don't know if that's a bad idea. Yeah, I mean, I'm lucky because I don't really come from a raiding background. So in my case, it wasn't hard to like not care about optimal efficiency and all that. Then mom needs betting. It's too late. Alright, so I know someone asked how to do this boss earlier, so I will try to show you how I do it. But first I will stop walking. So very simple. He's gonna do the gaze, and all I need to do for the gaze is I check out which the first one, because I don't want to stand there. Then I check, is there a repeat swipe, and there's not. What do I do when there's no repeat? I just go in every single spot to swipe. I don't even care to remember like the pattern, I just do that. Now, is that bad for uptime? Yeah. But I still would rather do that so I don't have to memorize anything. Yeah, but that's the easy way to do it. That's my favorite way. I mean, at this point, I can do it more efficiently if I wanted to. I'm just showing off like my favorite way. So when he does thunder, I'm gonna stand on the thunderbolt that's near him, just so like everything's always oriented the same. Then it's just the same thing. You see which one is the forge, and then if it's a repeat, which it is, then you're gonna follow everywhere except when he swipes like left. You're going to wait 2 and then go left. So like there, we're gonna wait 2, 1, 2, and then we go left and we never leave. Right? That's the way I like to do this boss. And then, you know, the rest is easy. You just gotta respect the swing and the swipe. And the reason I say try to stand on the orb that is close to the boss when that pattern, when he does the thunder call, is because it's always the same pattern of orb, but it's rotated. It's like rotated. And he's always going to do the first swipe where you are. So it's just, if I do this, it's always consistent, right? So 2, 3, 4, is it a repeat? It's not a repeat, so this time we're gonna follow every single spot. So we can just move like that. Don't have to memorize the pattern or anything. We just go where we last swipe. It's like cheating, at Simon Says, you know. Swinging around, and then I'm gonna show you what like the. I'm gonna show you like a more optimal way to do it if you don't want to do that. Now, if you want to do it like move at the least that you can, I do the same thing with the orb. I just make sure he swipes there, and all I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move up as soon as he swipes. Then in that case I will move left after he swipes twice left, right? So I'm gonna move there, I'm gonna stay there until he swipes left twice, then I'll move twice to the left and not move again. So 1, 2, 2, and then I stay there. That's the way to do it if you want to like actually memorize the patterns. And this is the knockback. Like me, I just kind of switch between the two depending on my lazy level. If I'm feeling lazy, I'll do the safe strat. And if I'm feeling like I want to be optimal, then I do like the little moving strat. Hey, that's fine, Paul. Have a good one. So this one's not a repeat, so if you want to do it optimal, it's kind of similar. We're gonna move there, and all we're gonna do is we're gonna move left when he does a left swipe. Then we're gonna move back up after that, like that, and then we don't have to move again because he only ever swipes twice on the same spot. Alright. Did 2K pet to the... Did the 2K pet a monster went through, or did Twitch ate your keys? Oh, it didn't go through. I didn't see it, actually. Yeah, I don't see it redeeming my thing, so it got eaten. Sorry, I'll do it on the next set. I'll do it for you. Well, I'm taking a 3-minute break first, but I'll do it if I remember when I come back. You saw it? Ah, that's weird. I don't see it. Last thing I saw on my feed is Uchi resubscribe with Prime. Okay, anyway, I'm gonna be right back. 3 minutes again. You know, just make sure I don't die on my chair. Get a little drink, and I'll come back, and we will keep going. So there's gonna be a 3-minute ad while I'm away. Sorry about that. Be right back. I'm back. Oh, what? What's with the French noises? Maybe you guys can hear my brother. He's in the other room. Because he's playing on his computer too. Anyway, I'm back. Yeah. He yells sometimes, so... There's some instances of French noise. Alright. I didn't forget. We're gonna pet the monster. But 61 to 70. So I have only 2 raised Zanes. I don't think I want to use one unless I pick up one. It's gonna be the first time I do this set without a raising. Can my brother play instead? Well, do you want to see a wipe in 2 minutes? Do not clip this if I die in 2 minutes, by the way. Alright. I'm honestly not that stressed of doing this set without a raising. But maybe I'm about to eat my words, so... I don't know. I feel like it doesn't stress me as much. Right. There. We're gonna pet this one. There. Wow, she even kneeled down to pet it. That's where the budget of my animation... That's where my sub money is going, man. In the budget of petting animations. Right, this poison kinda slaps. If you're a DPS, it kinda slaps. Like, not so much that you would panic and use evasion, but enough where you would be a little stressed if a ninja showed up. Yeah, first floor is gonna scare you as a thing. Luckily, the first floor is like the worst floor until floor like 80. Yeah, it's because the early floors are like a weird combination of your Aeturna is capped very low, but you also don't have your like level 90 kit, so it's like double bad, and that's why your damage is really lackluster. Yes, you can AoE pull to make it faster, if you want. So I'm going to be drinking more potions than usual on this set. I'm going to be wasting them a little more. Just because if there's a ninja around, and you know, it's like I can't really let my health go low because it's too late if there's one around. Oh yeah, by the way, something you might not even know if you're playing a melee. If you were not aware, there's no positionals in Deep Dungeon. Like, I don't know if you noticed, every single monster has like the full circle. That's because there's just no positionals. Like, everything will do full damage from any side. What's a positional? Yeah, same. In fact, I do so much Deep Dungeon that I don't even remember my positional when I'm not doing them. Because like we just don't have to care in there. There's a follow me now. Let me read that. Lurker there. Got your first solo clear and EO clear thanks to my POVs and tips. Much appreciated. Hey, no problem. Congrats on your clear. Very nice. True North exists. Yeah, pretty much. My positionals are done currently when my True North is up. But you can't add full apply on this, right? It's like 15. It's like 10 every 45. Is there no positionals in Buzja too? I don't remember. It's been too long since I went in. In Eureka, I don't even remember if there's positionals. Two bronze chests. Sure. Buzja and Eureka do not have positionals. Okay. I wasn't sure for them. Oops, wrong button. Sorry about that. Summoner, sorry, Samurai. Yeah, all the melees are pretty strong. All the melees are pretty strong. I'd say I played Monk and Monk killed the worst, but I think it's because you can't like can ever go out of melee range on Monk, so that made it feel a little more difficult to survive. Gotta be careful of my HP there. Okay. But like, you know, like Samurai, Dragoon, Samurai, Dragoon, Reaper, and what's the other one? Ninja, I think are all very strong. Maybe a little better Ninja because you have your eye. Thanks for follow, Joazu. Can you stun these? Yeah, you can. I always forget. Oh, Onion Knight, the first one of the run. Blessed. The first Onion Knight. The original Onion Knight. Oh yeah, they released new relics for the crafters, or like they upgraded the current ones. Is that correct? I've not really paid attention to anything, but... Oh, it's new one, straight up. Okay. Yeah, I didn't really pay attention to anything that was not EO. Yeah, once upon a time I would have went hard for the relics, but I don't craft anymore, really. I only do expert crafts. Oh, I did not even remember Aeturna. That's a nice surprise. That's like when you order pizza and you eat only like a bit of it, but then you forget the day after that you actually had pizza in the fridge, and then you're like, that's I love you past me for blessing me with a pizza. Anyway, went a little bit off topic there. The perks on the relics. The perks. Wait, what? The perks? Like things that give you benefits? Oh. 200. Come out. Okay. They will actually hurt a little bit, so let me focus. I was a little scared for my health there. There's a follow dark plan. They brought abilities back. However, it's useless for any Omnicrafter because no one manual craft. Oh, so it's trying to be an expert thing then. Yeah, because experts you do manual them. I don't think you can macro the water other things unless they've become like, unless the new gear is insanely good. This feels similar to Mon right now in the sense that I cannot get slapped hard. Like I really do get slapped hard. Oh, no way. The perks are worse than Phantom Melt. That sucks. Damn. I got kind of excited. I almost wanted to get them before you said that. Hold on. I have so much shit. Let's have one sculptor. Letter G. I have one storm though, so it's not gonna be a storm with it. Oh. Still don't know if I got curtains on mimics. That's why I'm keeping the box on me. Huh. I think he did not blow up. I think he did not blow up because I stunned it before it died. Is that a thing? I feel like he did not blow up because usually these guys blow up and give you vuln. That is a thing. Oh, interesting. Okay. Ninja around? No? Okay. By the way, if you do this and there's a ninja around you, you're dead in one shot. That's why I'm terrified of not raising this a little bit. Oh, crowd. Wait, treasure room? It looked like a treasure room at a glance. You just got once in future king, congrats. And you kinda wanna do it on Black Mage now, since it actually seems like a non-masochistic task this time around. Hey, go for it. No, I've not done Black Mage yet, but I have no reason to believe it's gonna be bad compared to the other DPS, so go for it. You don't really need to kite in this place, so... And kiting is the biggest disadvantage of Black Mage in the other deep dungeons. So if I stun you, you don't explode. Very interesting. I wonder if that's the same for the sprites. But I think the sprites, you just can't stun them. Damn, the 2 silvers of this floor blew up. Feels bad. We're a little behind, but on this set I'm always behind, so I'm not too worried about it. You hope I get many onions in the 91 plus? I should. You drown in the Miklos in the last 2 sets. Well, had parts anyway, so I guess I'll remove it after this floor. Yeah, maybe because I'm a Lala. Must be some crowd that checks if you're a Lalafell. And if you are, they just drown you in Onion Knight. Wow, how did I avoid this patrol this entire time? Definitely don't want to open that. I mean, Yune, you're too late. I mean, Dodra, you're also too late. Thank you guys for showing up, like, literally the last room. Well, I mean, might as well use it for this one guy. Oh boy, where is he gonna swing? Only God knows. I'm so scared. Okay. Hello, guys. Damn, I should witch chain. I was thinking of a steal, but I'm scared that it's gonna be too much damage, even with steal. So. Okay, we wasted way too much time on this floor. Just joined the stream, but how is Reaper so far compared to the others I've cleared on? Pretty similar to Monk, a little better though. I would say a little worse than Ninja, but it's still like all very close together. Oh no, that's not orangey. Oh, Dodra. Yeah, okay, I'll replace Dodra with Dodra unless this is a knight. Oh, it's another Dodra. Just getting drowned. Ninja. Music is like Zenda's your neighborhood and shows a muted rate for it at 1 AM. Yeah, it's like the meme, man. With the guy, I mentioned that yesterday. It's like the guy, you know, he's sleeping in the bed and it says like 1 AM on the clock. Then you see a window and then there's like a party going on outside. It reminds me of that meme. That plays in when you're in the belly of Cerberus in the World of Darkness. I don't know why they felt like this was a song that should be in, but it is. Alright, don't one-shot yourself on Drake. Kinda sucks that this is flighted. Because I need to actually kill quite a few things to get out. I mean, get a full reveal. Okay, yeah. So if he does the Petri, which is AoE, and it's a monster that is not aggroed on you, what it's gonna do is it's going to Petri the monster, but it's not going to pull on you. It's like just gonna get Petried and then resume its normal life. So no, you can't like accidentally pull with Dodra. It just kind of get petrified and not care. I wonder if the fire breath's gonna happen. Look at that. It did. Oh, it did. Look. Fucking Dodra, dude. Trying to kill you. It stored the flame breath, and then when the Petri like finished, it did it instantly. I know your tricks now, Dodra. I will not fall to them. But yeah, look, it petrified the Drakes, but it won't actually pull them. What job do I think is good for speedrun? Interesting question. Speedrun, I would say... I think he did it again. Is he gonna fire breath? Yep. For speedrun, probably Machinist. It's hard to beat Machinist in speedrun. Okay, I might do an AoE liturgical. I'll see. Because these floors are kind of okay. Do AoE pull. I think I'll do that. Although I treat myself with a strength pump. I already had one running. It had like 44 remaining. The one I just picked up is a free one. The Drake, I cannot pull this. Can't possibly pull the Drake. Monitor, so we just pull you. And that should be okay. Oh my god, they're doing the body slam all the way back there. Really. I never put the thing on them. Feel bad. I forgot. Oh, mimic. I have a steel though, so it should be fine. Well, I'm gonna get the parts, which sucks. It's weird because like you might feel like if you have no pump going to 81, it's super bad, but I think you just kind of get carried by demi-clones on the last two sets. Like, you just find them non-stop. Because I've heard of multiple people that cleared with terrible bombs, but the last two sets, they just keep using demi-clones. I don't really feel like I need to raise in this set anymore. Like, I just don't really see... Like, the only thing that's scares me a little bit is the Drake. But everything else doesn't seem that bad. Alright, let me check this real quick. Course, I was thinking of like, how would I feel if this was a good bomb? But to be fair, I picked up 2 storms on this floor, so that wasn't really my fault. That means I had 2 storms when I entered this. I mean, time's not that good. But we got 3 storms, so there's definitely a floor that's gonna take like 2 minutes. And we got an altar running into this one, probably and probably another altar, because I'm going to use another one. No debuffs, good. Yeah, I mean, Onion Knight, well, any demi-clone doesn't do like, it doesn't do more or less damage depending on your job. But for something like Astro, it's actually better. It's better because in relation to your damage, it's doing like even more. Yeah, if that makes sense. I got Mimics, so maybe this is my storm after all. Lorraine. It's okay. I don't know, they're slapping kinda hard. Let me Lethargy. I was trying to see if I could do this without Lethargy, but I don't think it's worth. Alright, don't pull the Perfected. Yeah, every time in your raid, runners. Oh, ninja, I gotta be careful. Right, I'm good. Thank you, Dora, for showing up. Touch. Alright. So we're gonna alter this again. Thanks for the follow, Faribo. So I don't still refresh yet. I mean, I definitely restrained, but it's altered, so I want to remove the box, but I don't know yet if I should. Declare a ninja 800. Feels like cheating with Shukuchi and stealth. The hide is really nice. Like you just save bits of time and there with your hide. It's really convenient. Shukuchi is also nice, but to be fair, all the melees have, you know, they have mobility tools, so. But anyway, congrats on your title. Guardian is very nice. Perfect. Okay, so this should put me at... I should be able to do the rest with only a strength and maybe... I should remove the pots. I don't know if I should remove the pots. I have only 2. I think I just need to storm once and strength once to make this. Plus the meat on the boss. You wish they would add 2 more save slots? I wish too. I wish we had like 5 or something. Or infinite maybe. Alright, just respect the pull in. I think they explicitly said that it was because of like server space issues or something. But it is still kind of weird. Alright, 2 more floors. And then we can enter the raising land. Dread Beast. Unfortunately, it's the bad one. It still wouldn't be a bad storm though, but I don't really know if she's worth. I think she's too risky to like really do a storm. I think I should storm this no matter what. Wait, let me think. Okay, I'm going to storm, but I don't want to liturgy. Because I don't know what kind of damage output to expect from the 3 perfecteds there. So I think I'll pull them and ninja with Witch Chain, then run to the key with and storm. I think that's the way I want to do it. Maybe even the Lamia Queen if she's like a chicken. You gotta get there, bro. Come on. Come here. Okay, she's a chicken. Oh my god. Hard eating chicken. Right. Chicken broke my damn shield in one hit. Isn't that cool? Oh, we got a dread from the dread beast. Oh, we got a raising. Dread from dread beast. Interesting. But very nice. We got a raising for everything now. So we just need to not throw, and this should be in the bag. No throwing allowed. Only good plays. It's so terrifying to know that if at any point I would hit the landmine there, ninja, I'm dead. It's so terrifying, dude. There's nothing quite like that in PUTD or ML High. Like, if you hit a landmine, you always have a chance to recover. Servomechanical needs that. Just try to get the dread. And the next floor we can for sure do with just a strike. You still have not seen it, what it actually looks like when they kill you. I saw it because I use an invuln. They just spam like assassinate on you until you drop dead or heal back up. Always punished. Right. I'll pre-strength in case of a no item. I mean, that's too much though. Like just a no item, sure, but no item and no ability, that's too much. So let's use... You know what? Let's use... Let's Serenity. I was thinking maybe a demi-clone, but I would rather Serenity, I think. Alright. Do floor 120 require more kills than other floors for keys to open? No, it should be if it's the same as the other dungeons, it should be the higher you go, the more skills you need on average. Oh, Serenity back, nice. Any tips on what to do if you're at 81 to 90 but you're really low on commanders and really tight on time? I would say make sure you spend your demi-clones like as quickly as you can, because picking them up is very common in the last two sets. So I would like keep maybe just one for the boss, but the other two you want to spend them every time you get them. And try to spend them on bad debuff floors and non-fighter floors. Press my Paladin keybind there. Sorry. Do you think they will change the ability to switch demi-clones? Because right now we can't ever like pick up a new one if we've got a new one already up. I don't know if they'll change it because it's not like really a big deal, and technically it is like something you can strategize around. I feel like they're not gonna change it. I feel like the only change we're gonna see is like the Protein Bear getting nerfed. I don't know if we'll see like other changes other than that. You fair to ask what's the Cocaine Bear? It's a bear that does two swipes that are supposed to be both in front, but sometimes he glitches out and he does the second swipe like on you, but like it's a one shot. And no one really knows why he glitches out. It still has never happened to me, but I'm sure it's gonna happen to me at some point. And we're out. Or are we? That's a Terrible. Terrible. Set on monsters. Oh my god, I don't even know what to kill. I guess you first. I'm gonna think sure too, because I would really want to kill 2 of them. Oh, this is gonna be bad, dude. The ninja, this is gonna be very bad. Because this guy's is gonna suck me in, right? I'm scared he's gonna suck me into the ninja ability, so I have to make sure they stay like far from each other, if that makes sense. Like that. Okay. Whew. Booty. Because the frog, you know, pulls you in, so. That sucks. One-way chain in the next set, that is annoying. Because I was kind of hoping to bring 2 of them. Or sights, landmines. I don't know if we need to Onion Knight the boss. No, we don't need to. We don't need to. Yeah, I should be fine with strength plus like Dogra. Or like just Dogra. I think I'm fine with just Dogra. So let's do that. Yeah, because if this fight is 4 minutes on a tank with strength Knight, it's surely like 7 minutes with Dogra no strength for me. So I'm pulling at 7:30. Yep, this boss is the mouth. Except the mouth is more like blue glowing. It's more blue. And to get this mount, you need to clear 4 times in a group or solo, doesn't matter. And then you buy the 4 accessories, which then you don't trade, but you show them for the mount and a title. No, this is not the like expensive mount. The expensive mount is like a crab. I don't even know what it looks like, but it's like a crab. Wait, we're fine on time. Come on. He always gives me this pattern. Man, I'm so glad we're in the raising, the raising sets. Oh, please. I hope I don't throw away my raising. Ah, finally in. There we go. When it's out plus crystal, it messed me up on this boss. Yeah, when it's out crystal, like you want to look at the farthest crystal, right? And then you want to go like to its left or its right. But the way you adjust is not that hard, right? You're just gonna wait a little farther, and then when the boss is gonna show the AoE, you have like a section or two to adjust. You're just going to adjust as close as you can in between the two crystals, and it's always going to be the safe spot. Did I already beat this on Machinist? No, I did not. Machinist probably going to be in the last 5 I do or so. Yeah, Soul So, also known as a Salsa. It's kind of nice if you remember to use it between each pull, because it's like a free 600 potency range pull. It's really good. But I don't remember to use it ever. But there's no denying that it's very good, right? It's like a free 600 start instead of 300. I only have an Onion Knight floor 40. Do I ever use it or just save it for eternity? I'd save it. I'd save it until you need it. Yeah, I'd save at least one Onion Knight. The 2 others, it doesn't matter too much. Because if you have it, it's probably going to be your Onion Knight on floor 99. Or maybe even that. What's probably going to happen is you're going to carry that Onion Knight like all the way to 80. And then you're going to find like more Onion Knight. But it's still nice to have it as a backup if you're like very short on a bus. Alright, anyway, so finally raising time. I'm only bummed that I have one Witch Chain. Congrats on my Reaper Clary. Don't celebrate too quick. You're off to dive back in. Hey, good luck, Raz. Good luck in your attempts. I mean, I'm not... It's the same as every run we've done so far. It's still the same. It's like... I'm not really worried about clearing as much as I'm worried about just dying on a random AoE. But at least now without raising, so we can be dumb once per set. Oh, great song to start. Feels good, because I would probably use that anyway. Beat 4, okay. Landmine there. So I know there's a patrol. Do you know how I know there's a patrol? This room has only one monster in it. The only way that's possible if you didn't fly it is because a patrol spawned in that room. So that's why I knew there was a patrol. Okay, we can't pull the... I have to respect the content there a little bit. Okay. Curl is pretty bad. Okay, luckily he didn't see me. We got a witch chain. That's very nice. There's no landmine there. But now this guy's blocking me. Alright, don't let my health go low until I use the witching. Because we're dead if it goes low. Pretty good. Pretty clean. Even with unit back. Besides the score, is there a downside to start at floor 21? You will not get the solo title if you clear from floor 21. That's the only downside. Outside of score. How strong do I think Reaper is? I think it's about the same as the other melees. I would say maybe a little better than Monk and a little worse than Ninja. But equal to Dragoon and Samurai. Even though I have not played them yet, but it's just a feeling I got. I don't feel like... I don't know. I don't feel like you've got like anything crazy more than the other melees. Alright, we're gonna landmine again. Thank you for the follow, by the way, Cherry. Explore again. And Adamantium, same. I'm spending my last witch chain. I don't usually like doing that, but I think I'm fine doing that for time purpose. On this set, at least. What is this? That's alluring back there. We don't care. Now you might be asking, what is my plan if I don't see a landmine? Probably like Witching Dread. I'm just kind of assuming I'll see one, right? Okay, I don't have my shield, but if I time this well... Okay. Have I gotten the crab mount from the bags? Yeah, I've gotten two. I've gotten two already. Oh, there's a patrol. Oh, this is no nut bag. That's kind of nice, actually. No. It was so good. Will I continue playing EO after I finish Omni, or am I gonna retire? I think I will go back to PT and High for a bit, definitely. Then I think I'm gonna come back and push scores a little bit in EO. But they're definitely right after the Omni. I'm gonna like go back in the other ones a little bit. Because I missed them already. Oh my god, I keep missing everything. Do I only play deep dungeon, or am I a savage and ultimate raider? No, I only do deep dungeon. I'm deep dungeon brain. I did a little bit of savage this tier, but that's it. And then didn't really have a good time, so I'm probably not gonna do it again. Oh. Grudo situation stresses you out. I mean, I'm trying to avoid them, right? For this specifically. I'm also scared of pulling one. Okay, I think time is gonna be a non-issue for the rest of this set. Like, I'm probably going to have to use like a flight and strength. What does Grulo do? So they're called Cocaine Bear because they do 2 swipes. They do like a telegraph swipe, and then right after they do a second untelegraphed swipe in the same direction. But sometimes they bug out and they do the first swipe in their telegraph, and then they do the second swipe on you. Like, they turn on you and they one-shot you with the swipe. So they're like kind of buggy. So I would avoid pulling them. That's bad debuffs. But that's also no regen. So you know what? I'm gonna storm this. I think this storm's gonna be overkill for time, but it's just nice to do it. Because I get a lot of kills, a lot of chests. You haven't had this bug happen to you yet? Same. It's not happened to me yet. But yeah, I'm still careful. Strength. So we picked up a site. I don't know, but we have no weight change, so it's probably not worth it to use a site for a landmine anymore. I think I just chill everything there, loot all the chests, and then we just start fighting with strength. Which I already have. Oh, wait, what's that? Huh? Why is that one full? What the fuck? Hello? Does anyone have an explanation for this? Because I don't. Why is that one full HP? Because I use a storm, right? This makes 0 sense. No, it can't be a respawn. Respawn is 10 minutes. No, respawn is 10 minutes starting from floor 30, so it cannot be a respawn. What the hell? And it's 10 minutes from the moment you enter a new floor, right? So it's not even like in now, would be in like what, 6 minutes. So yeah, you've had it happen and you don't know why. Wow, I don't know why that happened. Okay. Another weird bug. So a few of you have seen that too. That's interesting. I wonder what the hell happened. Yeah, I don't want to fly it. Well, I can't wait when it happens to a Dread Beast without me noticing. Maybe there's a range on it? Well, I don't know if there's one. That would surprise me, though, because that bird was not it. But the ones in the room were it. In the room, like, after. Or does 2-2 have some kind of out-of-combat heal? Possible. Why not flight when altered? Because I care about points. And I don't want to flight while I have an alter running. Because it's going to reduce the amount of mimics I get. And which would give me less points. Another no regen, man. The game is really... It's really begging me to storm again. Like... But we got Guardians, so I guess let's just play normal. The game is really asking for it, though. Yep, Guardians are also a bonus point. Both Guardian and Mimics give 700 points instead of 300 on the monsters. Alright, so this is the buggy monster. So, Prey doesn't bug. Yeah, please do not kill me, Cocaine Bear. Please. Don't do it. I mean, it's never bugged for me yet, so maybe I'm immune. Maybe I'm immune, Copium. Is there a video of the bug? Multiple of them. And some of them have Petrify, some of them have Lethargy, some of them have nothing. Like, it just happens randomly, as far as I can tell. I can't find a pattern. Yeah, you can't post links in the chat, but if you go in the Angelus Discord, in the EO Media channel, there's a lot of clips of it. Yeah, it's the same as you, Cesare. Like, it's not happened to me, but I still rather be safe. Nice altar. By the way, time is ridiculous. Like... Clearly, we don't need to use anything else on this set, like other than the strength or two. Wait, what chest? It's telling me there's a chest? Oh, it's in this room. Yeah, they're pretty easy without this. They just have like a gotcha mechanic, right? Like, you're supposed to know they're gonna swipe twice, but once you know, they're pretty easy. Okay, let's have once. Maybe we can get a treasure room of mimics or corridians. No ability. I mean, I don't even know if I need to remove it. But I mean, I would definitely be happier in life if I could remove it. But I don't mimics. But... yeah, maybe I dread this. Nah, it's kind of a waste to dread this. Oh, there's a dread beast too. Wow, you guys are so good at noticing because I don't. Okay, well, hold on. If there's the damaged dread beast, then I might storm. Oh, it is the damaged red beast. My god, it's gonna be so risky to make this happen though. And I have no weight chains. Okay, hold on. I don't know how to go on about this one. Maybe I just stormed the dread beast and not really try to kill much more. I think I might do that. Okay. Be very careful. Oh, the ninja did see. Oh, right. When things are not full HP, they don't aggro. I forgot about this part. Oh, you're right. I could have prepared a soul, so I didn't even remember. In my head, I was like, no ability, I can only use hard. Yeah, this thing. I gotta get in the habit of using that thing, by the way. It's so good, but I just don't really use it. Okay, we got a flight. Excuse me, sirs. Alright, I'll fly it, sure. If you insist. Alright, time to get cocaine beard. I mean, it's been nice right now. He's still being nice. We're fine, man. As long as he doesn't snort a line, we're good. Do I do speedruns too? Very little. I did a few in Evan High, and I think like one in QTD. But very rarely. Not that common. Mimic, nice. Gotta get that pot uptime. As the follow Zen. I mean, this sucks a little bit with no ability, but I feel like this should still be possible. Or maybe I'm on a little bit of Propion. Opium? And this should definitely be possible. That's not ward though. I have to guide a little bit though. Ninja is coming. It's not a good time to be low health. Where are you going? I need to know now. Okay, perfect. God damn, dude. No ability Reaper really be slapping hard. This is playing Reaper in POTD, by the way. This is the way it is. Still better than Bar no ability. Yep. It's still pretty bad though. Not gonna lie. Man, Sage, you just hate everything, don't you? Just hate everything. Right. You're a very angry person. I didn't see that. Well, I'm not taking care of these mimics, let me tell you. It's gonna take way too long. We gotta LOS this, by the way. If we don't LOS this, we are dead. We spent about 10 years on this floor. Feels good. Oh man, Ninja's gonna force me to decide to go somewhere, so I have to go there, and now this guy's gonna turn around. I don't know when is Wind of Winter. I have to pull. Yeah, he's trying to do it. Sorry, Ninja, I gotta bring you with me. Well, remember when I said we were like 10 minutes ahead? There goes that 10 minutes. On this floor. Oh boy. Dude, I don't want to fight the Thunder Beast. Can I hide there? Come on, don't see me. There's nothing there. Yeah, it was only your imagination. Must have been the win. What do they do? They're not that bad. It's just right now I would rather fight nothing else because no abilities really ass. They just do an untelegraph, no cast bar, melee hit that you have to dodge. And though not technically, but they don't do it really solo. Like it's rare that they do it. Oh my god. Is that a respawn? It might have been a respawn. There for sure has been a respawn by now on this floor. And the patrol's coming back, so I'm going to have to wait. Oh, that's a respawn. There's a respawn. That's his bear. Right. Oof, what a floor. Just shut your EO solo first clear on Machinist. My warrior EO guide was a massive help from 61 onwards. Yeah, I'm glad. Congrats on your clear. Congrats. I'm glad you used the warrior guide but did not play warrior. Because that was my intention when I made the guide. I think I didn't make it clear enough that it was like, it wasn't so much a guide for warrior as it was a guide for EO, and warrior just happened to be like the vehicle for it, right? Ooh, 2 monkeys. Might have a treasure room thing going on there. I gotta check. Ooh, that looks bad. 3, 4. Oh my god, I think there's a treasure room. That's a treasure room. For sure. Like, there's way too many monkeys doing things. Hold on. Yep. There it is. Oh god. I should cite this, I think. Oof, I don't have to go this way. I don't have to go this way. And I won't. Game is soft. Hey, I don't have to deal with it. But do you know what I would do if I had to deal with it? I would liturgy and be completely fine. So. Oh, raising, nice. No, it's not. Liturgy isn't all you could do. You could do this for liturgy, but you need to be like very technical. Like you need to pull them one by one and only go in when there's like a rest time, right? But you could do it without liturgy. It just be spookier. No psycho? Hey, I'm right, you're wrong, Sig. Don't try to gaslight me. When we return to Heaven on High and we fight on Rio, I can't wait for like every single runner that went to EO to just die in one shot on Rio, including me. It's gonna be great. Alright, please open so I don't have to go back. Damn. Hey, they gave it a funny crown name. They removed the wood remembers, but instead they added, what is it? Whisper of our discontent, right? Yeah. I think it's a reference to something. That's what someone told me, but it's still funny. Oh man, I have to actually pull something from this. Alright. Yeah, Griffins are the same. They have one small difference is they don't do a free fall when you pull. They do it like a few seconds into the pull. But yeah, they do the same thing otherwise. They even have the 10 buster, I think. It's just without the auto the damage, like you said, it's weird. Oh yeah, you're right. They're sight instead of a proximity with point. So we got mimics. Well, time to get pots. Time to get pots. We were about to lose the pots anyway, so. What the hell was that? That was weird. Good song. I mean, our time is ridiculous. It kind of looked spooky on that one floor, but yeah, I think it's still ridiculous. So we have plenty of time to do that. Ninja. Let me pull that. There's a monkey there. Oh, he's doing the thing. Whenever you type it, I'm always fighting a mimic. Yeah, we had a lot of coordinates to be fair, but I think it's just we had a lot of altars period. I love how they charge you. They should add this to POT level high. Monkeys just charge you when you pull them. Best thing. Please no. Please yes. Yeah, can't wait to pull them like a Garula, man. Just like LOS the charge. Ooh, would have died there if we went a little further. Good thing I was paying attention. Yeah, can't wait to LOS the monkey so we can not die from like a bro beat into charge combo. Song name. Damn, I don't remember the song name, but if you go on YouTube and you type Heroes Gauntlet OST, and it will be that song that pops up, whatever it's called. It's like a dungeon theme. So now that I've gotten a lot of experience in this deep dungeon, is the thinking still that this is the easiest of the three? Yes. By far the easiest of the three. It's the one that looks the hardest when you like start it, but then I think once you learn everything, it's the easiest. I mean, this has already 500 clears, and Necromancer is like 1,500 people, so it's already 1/3 of the weight Necromancer in a week. Like I know it's popular, so there's more people playing, but that's still insane, right? It's like 500 clears period. I don't know if it's like unique or not. So it's probably, so you're right, it's probably a bit less than that in that case. Unless Lala achievement already like updated. Because there's a website called Lala Achievement, and on it you will see like how many clears achievements there are. I was using another website. Still not open, okay. Definitely should use this. I know there's 2 monkeys in the room there. Just got Lonely Road this weekend. Time management video was huge for you. Hey, nice. Time management video. That's the one where I'm going through a floor on Gunbreaker, right? Very glad that did help you. Congrats on your Lonely Road. I wanted to do more of like these kind of like tip capsule videos, but I just never found the time to make more. Oh, there's 2 more rooms. Hold on, that's spicy a little bit. Okay. Because I can't stay there or the monkeys don't kill me, like you would in 2 seconds, so... But then I can't hide from this lion's ability, because you can't LOS. So I had to like make a decision there. Anyway. Oh my god. Wrong button. Alright. Oh, Lala achievements only says 116. So does that make sense? So that would mean every person on average has cleared 4 times. That seems insane. I don't... There must be people that have their achievements on private. Because the website I'm using, it tracks leaderboards. Clears. Kanuchi Ninja. Noir La Roche. Hey Finn, good luck on this run. Evening to everyone in the chat. Good evening to you as well. And thank you very much for the sub. Thank you. Okay, we have to make sure my health doesn't dip low. It should be fine. Oh my god, ninja. Ninjas everywhere. It's like I'm really in front line. You ever play the front line and you're doing really good, but then like a ninja on the other team takes notice of you? Like they clearly put a marker on you on something, and then from this point on until the end of the game, you can no longer play the game. Because as soon as you hit 50%, it's insta-kill. And their LB comes up fast enough where it'll be like every fight. Yeah, the problem were two enemies, machinists, LB'd you together on CD and didn't let you play. I wish, as bad it must feel, I wish I did a pre-made like that, where we all picked like monk or machinist and we put like a marker on someone, and all we did the entire 20 minutes is LB them. That'd be so fun. That'd be freaking annoying to the guy, but man, that'd be funny for us. I think it'd be even funnier if it was monks. Because like machinist is just kind of like you shoot, right? But monk is like everyone would jump in their face and just crush their head and every time they're alive. Plus there's no counterplay, right? Like monk LB you can't even guard. Like you can guard for less damage, but it will still CC you. I mean, really, if for monk LBU, it's actually impossible to survive. Like, there's nothing you can do. That's the photos loose. Okay, I'm getting bored of Fox uptime. Also, we explored 0 of this floor and we're out. Like, there's no more monkeys, though. Yes, Catines are... I don't like chirp because it's like you're supposed to LOS it. Sorry, you're supposed to out of range it, but it doesn't show you a telegraph. Okay, hello monkey. No, really. Oh god. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Go, away, go, leave. So many mimics. It's insane how many mimics I fought this set. I don't have any kind of tool like tracking stats right now, but it has to be at least... I fought at least 10, I think. Okay, so we've got... I wish I knew the kill times. I still don't know them after like 10 attempts. Oh, the cheese there, my bad. I have a feeling that I should fly. Just in case of like a gloom. Just listen to my gut sometime. And my gut's telling me you should fly. And my gut was correct. Time to follow it or Chris. Oh my god, it looked like there were no monsters in that room. That was weird. I think we can do the no ability there actually. $527 with strength and Dodra. Okay, that's nice to know. That's shorter than I thought. How's the run done so far? Pretty good. Nothing of note has really happened outside of people probably being disappointed that I'm never using Soul So when it's so good. But outside of that, nothing of note. The max kill count 91 plus is 15, 16. No, it must be like 12 or 13, like big maximum. It's probably on average 8 if it's like UTD. I don't think I've ever had to kill like 15. That'd be nuts. A 14 kill Dread? And how sure are you that it was 14? Because that's the new highest, if that's true. Literally counted out loud. Okay, so then that's the new highest. Then that's higher than QTD and Evo High. 15 kill floor on 98. What the fuck? Okay, well I was wrong then. Yeah, it's higher than the previous two. Wow. That's high. Holy shit. 15. Why are the lions so crunchy, man? They sound so crunchy. Dude, 15 kill? That's fucking crazy. I can't believe it. Have people discussed that in the Discord? Hey, hold on. Am I going to be forced to kill the... I think there was only one monster in each room. Dude, there's no way it would force me to kill this guy who get out, right? Like, if this is 5 kill, I think it would technically mean this one's the last. There's no way that can happen. Like, I don't believe that could happen. That'd be just... stupid, right? Yeah, I could sight and fight alluring. That's... well, no, I have no sight. But, I mean, honestly, if I was in that position, I would probably try to step on the fly. On this alluring, I mean. I think there's one monster left. Oh my god, there's no way, right? There's something left. Okay, there's a lion. Jesus Christ. That's the last one, though. There's no way it would require you to kill them. That'd be so stupid. I can't... Dude, if this would actually happen, I'm like... flabbergasted. Because I think I'd lose the run if that happened. Well, maybe not, but... there's a chance. Anyway, it's surely gonna open after this guy. Or, if it doesn't, I'm gonna assume it's gonna respawn something for me. Because, by the way, I cannot kill the guy, the Dread. That's why it's like a big deal. Not with that attitude. But it's trying to open now. Look, we're making drama for no reason there. That would have been funny as shit though. I kind of wish it happened. Like getting forced to kill the Dread Beast. Do I like how the Dread is implemented? I like it overall, but I don't like that like 2 of them are useless. Like I wish all 3 of them were useful or add randomized buffs. Alright, so with a Dogra, Yune? Should I knight this just to be safe? Nah, Yune's gonna... I have a strain, I'm Reaper, right? Yune's gonna carry this. Yune's a babe. Alright. Alright, I am getting sucked in. Oh yeah, we're exploding this. This is not even close. It's gonna die with like 2 minutes left. We'll on the above 2 minutes, I think. So I think the tether, I think is always the one behind them. But yesterday I did a group run where my tether switched the range, the fight. So now I'm not sure if it's really how it works. It might be that it always tethers you to the closest one to you, which it just so happens to be the back one for me. Because I always position myself in the same place, right? Well, anyway, so if you want to do it like me, I just position myself on his butt every time. And then I always get linked to this one. Ooh, that's a little far. No, that's fine. Violent Destruction added 13 kill floor last night. Oh, okay. So it's 13 and not 15? Well, I don't know. Conflicting information. I don't know which one to mean. I would assume that he thought it was 15, but it was actually 13 when you look at the VOD after, right? Okay, I'm getting pushed. Because I know sometimes your floors are going really slow and it feels like it took a lot. Like it feels like you killed more than what you did. I'm getting pushed. Yeah. I can't believe I can actually do this boss now without, you know, being super focused. So this is the hardest boss for me. Goddamn magnets. Negative charge, so I'm getting pushed. No, 13 was the old max. Very rare, but 13, yeah, the old max. Thanks for the follow, Luna. Very rare though. I've never done. I don't think I've ever had 13 myself, or if I did, it's like only once. Getting sucked in. And it should die before the next cycle, I'm pretty sure. Well, during, I guess. Getting pushed. Alright, so good so far. I mean, we have 0 storms, but it's just kind of whatever, honestly. I don't think we are pressured at all because we are about to drown in demi-clones, or at least we should. So, and plus we have an extra raising to troll with. Love some good trolling. Can't wait until it gives you the rare 32 kills floor. The 32 kill floor on the run. Hey, if this was even a high, maybe in the big room, you know. I have 3 raisings. I picked up. I used one on this set, but I picked it back up. 3 dread is good, but I think in none of my runs. Well, no, that's not true. I've entered with 2 dreads. I think once or twice in the 81, but it was always due to score greed, right? Like I think I've never actually entered like 81 plus without 3 dreads. If it wasn't because I used one for a score. It's very easy to not use your dreads before that. So seems very little reason to not keep them because they made the last set so much simpler. I'm going to be right back 3 minutes again. And then once I'm back, we'll finish this up. Just give me a second because my dashboard's fucked up. I'm gonna refresh it. Because I'll be running a quick 3-minute ad. So be right back. I'm back. Sorry about that. You were mostly referring to finding them. So here's the thing for me is my very first few runs were not score oriented, right? So I was just rushing through. And in these runs, I struggled to find my dreads and my raisings. But when I started scoring, which means I started, revealing every floor, then I started finding, a lot more raisings and dreads. And since then, I've not really had an issue with it that much. I think since then, I've always had 3 dreads and always had at least 3 raisings by floor, like 71. Okay, anyway, next set shouldn't be that bad. We have a lot of resource. Also maybe a little bit of a chaotic move. Chaotic move, but kind of feel like putting Necromancer back on. I miss it. I miss it already. Some things have to go back to the way they were. There we go. Alright. Back home. Alright, so let's go. Into 81 to 90. You'll need to milk the title a little more. Eureka will be more common very soon. I mean, it's gonna be more common, definitely, but Necromancer has just a nice ring to it, I guess. Even though I technically prefer... Like, technically, if I were to put on my favorite one, it's actually Lone Hero. Just the way it sounds, I like it more. Because Lone Hero is very, like, Lone Wolf, Lone Hero. That's more my kind of thing. But Necromancer has more flex attached to it. Yeah, there's a... What is the command? Title... I always forget. You told me now, and I'll for sure forget, like, tomorrow, but... The Necromancer. Yeah, right. Title set, Lone Hero. Alright, anyway, let's go. I think the only one is Light Achievement. And then there's also this one that uses the official leaderboards. Alright, 3 raisings, so we should really not die on this run. I don't know if there's a lore reason. Honestly, I kind of read over the lore for EO very fast. Maybe someone else knows, but I have no idea. All I know is that a possessed Gadgel told you to go in and you did. Yeah, same. I mean, I did not even remember she was possessed though, because it's been so long since I did all these quests. Oh, there's a dread. Right, this guy should be fairly annoying on Reaper. Unless I kill it fast enough, but I would really be surprised. Whatever. I'll be safe. I think I would definitely kill it in time. It lets me look at this cool animation, so I'll take it. Small floor. That's a good, really good first floor. Kind of want this bronze. Let me see if I can look at this guy and see when he moves. Next time he moves. Alright, you're gonna die easily. I've never actually fought this Dread, by the way. I've fought the Naga and the Centaur, but I've never fought this guy without using a Storm and killing it. And honestly, I'd probably never fight it in solo, so I only know what it does once I watch someone kill him. This one has a tank buster. The Naga does too, though, right? He's apparently the strongest. That's kind of funny considering he's gives the worst buff, like the defense buff. Oh my god, that's every monster. I think, excluding the big boy. This will open with this one, for sure. No way. There's something left, right? There's something left, right? I left something in that room. I'm sure. Yes, there's some monster left. Oh my god. I got scared again. This should open. The key is way too yellow this time. So. I wonder though, did I actually not kill this one, or did it respawn? I don't know. I'll check the VOD after. I'm kind of curious. Anyway, that key is disgusting. Like, oh my god. And even though it's disgusting, we still got through it in really fast. So. Right. I avoided it in the chat, in the room. Thank you. I'm very curious to know what happens if you kill everything and the key's still not open, and then this is the last monster alive. I have a feeling that if you do that, it's gonna force a respawn, and I was curious that if that was what happened, but no, that's something I actually left behind. Ah, let's alter. Wow, nice comfy floor. I love a good comfy floor. There's no way I'm doing that. It's not even worth thinking about. Onion Knight could carry that. I thought about it, but I don't know, dude. Like, cause I'm gonna get slapped pretty hard doing all that. And I know Onion Knight heals you when you're below 50, but I don't know if he like spams it or if it's only like a, you know, a thing he does every minute. Run. I'm gonna restrain there. You can also demi-clone. On a no ability, you can demi-clone. It's pretty good on it, because your clone is not affected by the no ability. Well, honestly, it doesn't really matter, because in that deep dungeon, your serenities are less useful, so usually you have one to spare. Burn and intuition. I got you. Oh. Crystal first Reaper. Really? There's no Reaper yet on Crystal? People too busy role-playing, probably. I don't know if anyone has ever done frontline on Crystal versus Eater. It's like night and day difference. When you do frontline on Aetur, it's full of pre-made, full of tryhards. When you do on Crystal, dude, like people are just running around. It's like it's so different. Oh, I wasn't looking at that. Lucky. It was hidden right behind the pillar, man. I wonder if that LOS'd it. Kind of a high kill count again. Plus, there's an altar. Oh, there are mimics. I should not skip them. I think I should kill them. Oh my god, the keys is super yellow again. What the hell? I'm glad I'm not on Astro. My god, man, this guy has no chill. I'll kill this one too. Well, it's cause he can't crit me, so it's not like there's gonna be like a burst of damage that comes out of nowhere, right? That's why I'm not really scared of pulling with low HP. This guy's probably gonna do the thing. No? Okay. Okay, so we're fairly behind, but I would say these first two floors were ridiculous kill counts. More than usual. Doesn't really matter because we're gonna fly. Well, we're gonna purity. Oops, wrong button. We're gonna purity and flight twice, I think. Yeah. So we're gonna purity flight twice, then I will maybe do a AoE liturgy pull on like 86, 86, 85, 86-ish. Alright, no debuffs. Dodra, we definitely don't want to sit. This is flighted though. I'll try to Dodra like the next floor then. Another dread. Everything of this card just reminds you of Batman. Never watched Batman, so I don't know. Oh well, I saw it when I was like 10. Yeah, I knew it, dude. I knew that delaying the Dodra was going to like be that. Like I knew something would show up, and it's just so common. Like you can't delay your clone up there. There's a follow. Jiggle my skittles. Interesting name. Alright, we're out. But before we're truly out, I gotta get a reveal. Don't be an onion knight or I'm pissed. Okay. I mean, I think we should go for that. How has been Reaper and Yo? Pretty good. I'd say it's middle, you know, middle of the pack melee. It feels a bit better than Monk, and it feels a bit worse than Ninja. And I assume it's gonna feel about the same as Dragoon and Samurai when I do them. Though something that's really strong on Reaper is you can like have Soul Sow every pull. So I wish I remembered that. But wait, I think it might pull on this corner. Like the red cross was still there, but I think it was gonna go away. There is one way that you can kind of mitigate the thing with the clone. So if you find one, then you use one. Don't pick up the first one yet, because maybe you're gonna find another silver. That's the only thing you can do to like maybe delay it. Yeah, teleports is basically RNG if you can skip like cyclones. It depends if the server take is nice to you. It's the same for like Ninja and all that. Okay, so this one I'm going to Yune, I think. Yeah. Yeah, it's like a free 600 potency damage still. And you can open with it too. I just wish I actually remembered to use it. Because it would be so much free damage. But I guess it's kind of proof that... Like... It's kind of... Because there's a big complaint a lot of people have is that EO, like, it's too easy on the last sets. I kind of agree, right? Like, it's not really pushing me so much that I feel like I have to use my entire toolkit, which is why it's kind of... It's a little scuffed when I'm playing the jobs. But even then, even right now, we're fine on time. And like beyond fine, because I think... Well, I'm gonna be back on on pace after this floor, basically. So... Well, then all I have to do is going to be something like a knee pull with Liturgy and then maybe a Dread. And I think we're gonna be fine. And that's if we don't pick up like demi-clone non-stop, which almost every run I do. But I do feel a noob when I don't have my souls already, man, between pulls, because it's so like, it's so free. Okay, well, goodbye Dread, because there's a no rage thing. Though I could have used a Vol on that. I didn't even remember the Vol. I could have used the Vol on the monster. Yeah, 7180 is the hardest in my opinion. The Mimic bears its fangs. I wish you prevented box application. And there we go, another demi-clone. I'm telling you, these sets drown you in demi-clone. It's like every silver. Onion Gang. Onion Gang's probably gonna help me kill like the next 1 or 2 floors. Yep, this is a certified Onion Gang floor. Two tiers of you and you're already bored. It's really fun to clear it once, but yeah, after you've cleared it once, it's you know, it's mostly the same even between jobs. I'm still having fun though, but I think I'm the weird one out. I'm the weird one there. I'm gonna remove this. But it's because I'm so focused on the Omni, right, that it's like... And when I have a goal like that, I tend to just go really hard at it. Right. He does so much damage. It's ridiculous. God damn, man. So after Omni and Neo War RP Walk attempt, I don't think it's possible. Like, it's something I'm going to have to think about. Like, maybe, dude. Maybe, but it seems very unlikely you could do this. Oh, I gotta use this skill in no ability. I always forget it's not an OGCD. I'll use that just when I come back from there. I think on tank you can maybe RP walk some bosses because you can kind of like disrespect mechanic. On DPS I would be surprised if it's possible though. But maybe it is with dashes, right? Like teleports and all that. Wait, is that my... That's my damage, right? Increasing damage you deal. Okay, so that's probably not gonna boost the damage on my my Onion Knight. Just mine. Serenity's back. Looking pretty good with the pickups. No, you're not. You're gonna die. No. He's dead. He stood in the thing, man. What do deep eyes do? They do like a gaze that I think doesn't even one-shot you, and then that's it. They put like a vuln on you sometimes. They're very bad. Well, they're good to fight, but they bad as in they do nothing. Like that gaze, I think it's like a paralyze. It doesn't even one-shot you. I don't want to find out, but I think it does not do anything. And then that is a vuln. Well. Wasn't there a patrol somewhere? Did I skip? Maybe not. No, I killed it. I killed it. Right. Alright, next floor. So we're back on pace. Yeah, I don't really know what to use. Like, maybe an affluence, because I think I might AoE pull if the debuffs are not bad. That sucks a little bit. Okay, well, you Nate, you're up. Rein in. Can you even AoE pull in 81 and Evan High? Yes. Technically, you can with like some frailty witching combinations or like some very specific monsters. But in there, you can do it with the Liturgy fill easily. Well, yeah, and also like monsters that don't kill you if they are like multiple. Yeah, Liturgy Storm is really good, but I try to do it without Liturgy because Liturgy by itself can do like actual AoE pulls. But yeah, it can be nice. If you're like able to afford it, it can be nice. Surrounding burst, get away. Oh my god, I hate the camera there, dude. I can't look. You're gonna be scuffed a little bit. No, I'm fine. Okay. We're out. You know what's really taking me time? I think just I'm looking at the time on Reaper and I feel like I should have way more time. But you know what's killing the time on this job? It's all the moving around I have to do to get the reveal. Because on Reaper, I actually can't do anything when I'm moving, right? This is like pure waste of time, unless I pick up things. If I was just going like on the key and killing things and then leaving, this would be so fast on Reaper. It was similar on Monk, but honestly, I felt like on Monk, I lost less time running around. I just chose Monk as the speed kick, right? No, I have to kill you. All right, 3 floors left. This boss should die within 7 minutes if I use an Onion Knight. Nah, wait, less than that. 6. Let's say 6. So I have to do 3 floors in 19 minutes. That's a terrible floor again. I mean, this is giving me like Dread vibes, but I could 72. I think the smart thing to do there is Dread. Yeah, I kind of wanted to keep my Dread for the last set, but I think it's the smart thing to do. He's there. Well, we gotta do it now. Man, it's gonna cost me so much time because I'm going to have to backtrack this way to get the reveal. In fact, no, I killed... Wait, let me be smart about this. I should reveal this as a rage, sorry, in the Dread, and then I'll just go the other way after. That's smarter. So I assume these chests are the enemy dummies. But at least one of them, I hope it's like, you know, a knight. I hope I don't like pick up a bad one and then the next one is a knight, because that sucks. Please be a knight. Please. You and me. Watch this one being like on your knight. You just know. Because if it is, I can't use a clone, so I can't pick it up. Hey, nice. Nice, it's not a knight. Do not turn around. Well, you can turn in that direction, that's fine. Alright, 2 floors, so we have plenty of time to do them. I think that at most we're gonna like clone dummy one on them and like strength and fight the last one normally. We're not pre-strength there. In case of a no item. Blind? Okay. Affluence. I think I'll summon Unite there again. She's gonna help me with the blind because she doesn't miss, only me. There's a Dread Beast, thanks for the tell. Around lane. Oh yeah, I have no storm, so this beast is just gonna be a wall. I'm not even going to think of it. Troll. I got it. It's the bad Dread Beast anyway, I just saw it. Defense guy. Dread Beasts are worth the same as a Mimic / Corrigan, so 700. So it's not like a huge chunk, it's just a little bit. Rain. He's there, let's go there first. Oh my god, when it misses, it doesn't give me a single stack. That's so rude. We're out, but I need to see where you move. Good. Okay, we're just gonna have once. It's just we have 3. So we should be able to do this floor unless it's really bad debuff, but considering. Okay, so we should be good for this set. I mean, I think that raid's gonna kind of suck on melee though. Maybe you should have pulled something else. Left sweep. No, you cannot stun them. So if you're coming from PVTD or even high, that is really hard to like get used to. But you cannot stun them. You cannot interrupt it either. You must run. Patrol first, of course. I feel like we got a lot of bags this run. It's just I'm finally remembering to use the intuitions instead of letting them sit in my inventory. Here we go, Onion Knight. I mean, we're clearly gonna Onion Knight the boss. Oh, well, already. That was quick. I mean, we don't even need to onion the boss, I think. I think we can just do this boss with strength. I'll try. I'll see like if that's actually true. I feel like I can save the knight. It surely cannot be more than 10 minutes on Reaper with strength. That would surprise me. Then with this, I can explode next set. I'm going to be able to Onion Knight the first floor. And the second floor if I want. Thanks for the follow, Callis. Ah, man. Maybe I squeeze? Yeah, I squeeze. Not never gonna go for that gold, because I would have to pull the raid. Another Dread Beast. Thanks to the follow, BB Lee. Alright, boss time. I have a feeling this should be doable without Onion Knight, but maybe I'm underestimating its damage. I'll know, like, I'll strain, and I'll know, like, after like 2 minutes if that's true or not. Please. But to 62 for the first time solo and DC. Oh damn, that sucks. Sorry about that. I mean, they brought a lot of good things about PTD and Evan Hive. They also brought the bad things, you know, such as the DC. So it feels bad. Alright, so I'm pulling at 10-10. Triangle, lines. Oh god, this is annoying. Donut. Uptime's gonna be annoying on this job. I definitely kill it fast enough though. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Alright, eggs. It's there. Donut, lines, triangle. Yeah, I'll be fine. As long as I don't die to it and, you know, lose because I don't have time to do it, I'll be fine. Lines, triangle, donut. Got it. Yeah, don't worry. You don't have to keep track anymore. As soon as I saw the first like 20%, I knew I would be fine. Because bursts are always like timed on the same duration. The only way we lose if I die in like beyond 3 minutes, like in the after 3 minutes, then I don't have time to do it again. But if I die right now, we'd still be fine. Lines, triangle, donut, okay. Alright. Easy pattern again. Donut, lines, triangle. Easy pattern again. Who got that pattern like 4 times in a row? By what? Oh, and it should die before the next thing. This thing again, so. Donut, line, triangle. Alright. The Administrator's Beam and Cross attacks are one-shots. Oh, really? I thought... Huh, okay. Wow, they're kind of quick sometimes, too. There's some patterns where... I think if you get Triangle into Donut, it can be a little tight. Thanks for the follow, DJ. On average, how many attempts per job is it taking so far to get the clears? Well, for me, it's been 1. I've cleared first try on every job, except Ninja, which I died on and didn't try again yet. So I don't know. The average would be like 1.2, 1.15, something like that. Because I have 10 attempts. Assuming this one clears, then I have 9 attempts out of 10 that succeeded. So you just cleared 30 minutes on Machinist. Congrats. Vods are strong, yeah. You died on floor 94 on your ninja run yesterday. Damn. To be fair, the last set is kind of insane if you don't have an interrupt. If you don't have an interrupt, there's a lot of tricky situations. Because of the balls, right? The one that do high voltage. French Ninja's best million can't even clear on it. Not wrong. Not wrong. I just got Glass Punch, man. Glass Punch is too strong. Alright. Let's go. It's nice seeing people in the lobby. In POT and high, you never see people in the lobby, so. Even if they're naked bun boys. Alright. We got 2 raisings. Well, that's a great start. This is gonna be parts gaming already. Right, save me, Onion, bro. Hell yeah, dude. That's my POTD music. Now I feel at home. That's my 151 plus song. My lol are so depressed on her profile. Yeah, it's because she's got the portrait mud shot, right? Because I forgot to fix the portrait. God, man. So much damage is going out right now. Hello, Mimic. Treasure room. Okay, we have to deal with that. It's in the way. Shouldn't be too bad, though. Onion Knight's gonna cut like butter through everything inside of there, so... Okay, the key is there. We're just gonna pull everything that's proximity. DPS with strength looks damn good. Are you sure it's me or my Onion Knight that's doing the damage, though? Yeah, there's a little bit of Onion help right now. I mean, it's still like good DPS, but... Wow, we're still not out. I feel like we killed 10 things already. Whatever, let's pull you. That's kind of a nice floor, like 0 patrols. That is kind of nice. Yeah, there's no balls there. No balls. Only eggs. 3 mimics on the first floor. 3 open mimics. That's kind of rude. Wow, and the mimics give me an altar. It's kind of cool. Well, sorry to hear that, Reggie Jamu. Maybe we can get our revenge though, because I actually have 0 storms. Maybe Onion Knight can carry us without storms. Might pull? No. Definitely want F wants this. Too bad for the yellow, but this room is a little too buzzy to go for it. I think I'd Onion Knight this again, because we're gonna pick up like another for sure. So let's just do it. Wow, 4 minutes already. In 6 minutes we opened 4 minutes. Alright, this is not a bad steal at all. I think in this case I will steal, because the gloom is gonna make this spicy. I know, right? I really missed the Grand Seal. The Mimic 2-minute ward record. Yeah, MTM any %. Can you skip this room with Ninja Hide? So the way Ninja Hide works is it will work for monsters that have a cyclone or sound, but it will not work for monsters that are proximity. So like for example this ball, it would not work against it. Wait, that does AoE? Oh my god. I could have pulled monsters with that. It's the first time I looked at the actual animation. Okay, well today I learned. I'm talking about my glute only there. Nah, it's fine. I like to learn on the job. I'm just lucky I learned before it actually like impaired me. Well, it's a no GCD, right? So to pull with it, I would need to have 50 of my thing and pull with a no GCD. Oh, I gotta plug my headset. Just give me a second. It's low on power. 1 second. Oh my god. 1 second. It dropped. Alright, I'm back, sorry. You like having different kind of AoEs? Adds a bit to the strategy? Yes, same. I love having different kind of AoEs. I think that's a big reason why Bard was so fun for me. It's like you had like 3 kinds of AoEs on Bard to manage. You had like a cone, a circle, and a line. Is your VSON, so yeah, my character, you mean my VTuber, right? Is my VTuber a character or me? It's a character I bought for 20 bucks on Boot, this website, and it is not me in any way. I just thought it looked neat. And before that guy, I was actually using a super nice one that was free, like a pixel art one. But I switched to this guy because he reminds me of, well, people said it reminded them of Aeturna, and now I can see it. And you know, I love Aeturna, so why not? Yeah, finished right, exactly. I'll be like the luck picking lawyer, but I'll be like the deep dungeon lawyer instead. Wow, would you look at that? 2 silvers, 2 clones. Best case? Oh, best case. That's a broad question. I mean, it's hard to say an answer without spoiling, but damn, it's in one of the later games, man. There was one that was really nice. Gulo turnabouts. I don't know which one is my best case. I would have to think about it more, but then if I think, I'm not playing well. Gulo turnabouts. Don't get me wrong, but when you're attacking one of them and you're plentiful, Chainsaw, Starfall, Dragoon, and 3 more, okay, well, you mean when you like accidentally pull AoE? Doesn't happen to me that much, luckily. Wow, we got hard carried by an Onion Knight on this floor again. Can't pick this up, of course. Was salted hard, yeah. Nothing like a puddle and then like 2 patrols walking in your puddle. Right, let's salter and affluence. We have 2 dreads instead of 3. I got this in mind. Usually I have 3. Okay, who's coming on this floor? Let's do... I got mimics. Let's do Dobra. I don't think there's any monster that is bad petrified on this floor, so a good reason to get rid of Dobra. I mean, make your Dobra useful. I really want to remove that part, but it's risky. Okay, you're not open with swipe. Then you're gonna swing, but you're probably gonna get petried, right? Yes. Just in case the swing goes up. Okay. Just in case. Got a dread. Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll use that. So I think I can prevent the parts from getting reapplied as long as I do this correctly. Okay, now. I death trap first, man. I hate when you do that. Because I'm trying to prevent the part by making the petrify like interrupt the part, right? But oh well. But when they death trap first, it's RNG, and then I can. Well, it doesn't work, right? And there's no way to know before that they're gonna death trap first. Yeah, I got debated. Ah, you wasted the petri. I was gonna rely on it. You suck. I hate you. I have to reweight change, right? No need to take risks at all. Okay, rain or out. Oh, he's petrified. There's a storm. Nice petrified, bro. You did it. Man, is that gonna be my first run excluding warrior that doesn't have a death? I mean, so far, so good. Dodra's back. Dodra never goes away. Yes, so when there's two parts attacks, Petri super bad because it's gonna like fuck up the AI, like, and it's gonna make it really hard to know like what the hell is gonna come out. Oh, I might actually kill it before. Nah. I mean, we're never gonna time out anyway, so. Hello, mate. Kinda wanna check that. Dude, I know, man. We opened so many mimics. If this was Astro, this would be terrible. Okay, nothing blows up there, but there's this guy. It's kind of a big deal. I think I should pull this guy just so I have, like, room. Because I want to like go around this way. Oh my god, I got so many butchers now. I got 49 right now. Jesus Christ. Alright. Alter plus Affluence. Never mind. Affluence was too slow. We'll just alter. Oh, that's a good Dread Beast. This should be a storm. Hello, mate. It's gonna be fucking hard to set up a good storm, though. Okay, Imp, this one-shots me. Like, I'm almost sure this will one-shot me, so I don't want to mess with that. Oh my god. It almost did. He actually got an attack off me. Whew. That's a nymph. A nymph auto attack. Did you see how much damage that did to me? Holy shit. Well, I'm glad I stealed. Because if I had no steal... Right, if I had no steal, this was a one-shot. I was getting one-shot by the imp, so... Was that with Arcane on? I think yes. I think it was on. I don't remember, but I think it was on. Alright, Onion Knight, please. Well, that's really nice. That's very nice. Now we got the damage boost. Yeah, enemy crits are gone in Neo. No, because Harp is bigger. Feint is 10 yard, and Harp is 25. The issue is I was scared of pulling other monsters, so I didn't go back. I didn't go far enough before doing my spell, but I forgot that when you storm, things don't aggro on you. So I could have actually ran away from it. All right. Yeah, what I did is I harped it. I walked back and stormed, but then I like went back in again. I went Doom. This was Doom as well. This was Doom, good point. So that's why it reached me so fast, actually. I'm gonna certainty this, because why not? And I'm going to use I don't know, Doga. Good point. So if it didn't one-shot me with Gloom Steel, then it probably would not one-shot me in a non-Gloom, but no Steel. It would be close, though. But yeah, I don't think it would one-shot me. Ah, I wasted all my charges. Great. What kind of pause is that? Are we playing Undertale, man? Is this Mediaton? Nice leg. Alright, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I need to do 4 floors. Ram. 2. Okay, so there's guys that blows up there. In this room, there's nothing that blows up. There is a chest, I'll go get it. Oh, and a silver too, yeah, sure. He did it again. What the hell? He's giving me the steppies, man. It's like Shiva. Yune. If you had lights like that, you show them off too. Hey, there's nothing you can't do. If you want lights like that, you just gotta have a light day every day. Okay, blows up. So there's another one, I think. Yes, no, that's the only one. So I'm gonna pull you actually. I thought there were 2. Oh, don't worry. I'm running. We have plenty of time. I'm gonna unite the boss if we get to it. So, because we need to bring Anya Knight on the last 4. Yeah, because so far in every single one of my runs, Onion Knight has accompanied, like, you know, he's been on the floor with me on floor 100. So I'm trying to see if we can get Omni, but also get Onion Knight is Omni, right? So we can call him Omni Knight. Wait, that's not an Onion Knight, that's a bomb. No. Sorry, Dogra, but I can't even pick it up, even if I wanted to. Okay. Hey, 50. Yeah, 50 fragments. Nice. What the hell is that chest that I left behind? Did I just forget? What is this? Oh, it's a Serenity. Alright. We have like what? 6, 7, 8. We have 3 floors left. Got, I don't even know, like what, 30 minutes? There should be no problem. Plus we have 2 dreads. No, never mind. We got 3 dreads. Take it back. Alright. These guys are stuck together. Can't run a dread there. I did not remove the traps. Oh yeah, I think you can get sub 30 on this set. If you've got like most of your bombs, I think it's not that bad. Well, we might be about to be 9 out of 19. Because I mean, this run's looking pretty... not to say guaranteed, but pretty likely to clear. Can we get a luring? Luring? Hope for luring? Nope. Is it deathless so far? This one is deathless, yes. This run I've not died yet. Oh, there's patrols coming. Oh my god, there's all that of patrols left. Holy hell. I still need to go back to get the reveal. By the way, these guys are actually sight, which is super hard to remember if you've done like the other deep dungeons. But these ones specifically are sight, the like the robot arms. Okay, maybe we can get an Onion Knight. If we get an Onion Knight, I'd be down to let it 1v1 the boss, just for fun. Because we should make it to the boss with a lot of time. You know what you play next? Not really. I just picked something in the stack of jobs and go for it. Maybe another melee DPS, but probably something else to switch it up. Maybe healer, maybe White Mage. Maybe White Mage. I don't know which one just blew up, so let me do this. Yeah, the bot where they use a... I saw that happen, by the way, yesterday in my group run. I saw a fitter do like instantly cast their AoE without any kind of like tell. So it is actually a thing. Very weird. Like apparently sometimes they just do their AoE without like any warning. That is kind of spooky. I teased you last time, but you had a raising, very tilting. So yeah, so that's actually an actual thing. So there's like the cocaine bears and the, I don't know, man, the alien cats, or whatever name you want to give them, the Ritalin Sphinx. These guys just sometimes blow up with no warning. Cocaine bear. I don't even know who made it up. I stole it. I stole it and started saying it non-stop. It's so funny. The cocaine bear. What's this? It's a movie. Oh, I didn't know it was a movie. No, what a bad song, man, for the last set. That doesn't fit, man. Oof, that looks like a fun floor. Well, I have to liturgy anyway, so... And 2 safeties. I kind of want to witch. Oh, I have one still. I'll just dread there. Alright, try not to die to the dread beast. Okay, good, he moved. He just moved. Perfect. Wait, move! Are we going for Onion Shad floor 100? Yeah, of course. Of course. We're gonna unite the boss. Or maybe, like, well, it depends if we find something else to kill them. Because there's a high chance we're gonna find something else. Hi, Yune. Welcome to the team, Yune. Hey, it's doing well. Thanks for asking. It looks like we're gonna be able to clear this without too much trouble, unless there's some very weird stuff that happens on the last boss. No, I just gotta make sure I respect this guy. Wait. Okay. I mean, he looks like he would fuck you up, so... Maybe he is the most dangerous. So we got an altar. Okay, that's it. I don't... Well... I don't know if I want to deal with the debuffs. I'll see. I'm thinking about it as I explore. Definitely should liturgy. Okay, I'm going to start the Dread there. I've noticed something, by the way. There's an insane amount of patrols on these higher floors. Like, way more than 15 MLI, I'm sure. It's like 8 every floor. That's kind of crazy. The reason I'm not using a Serenity is for points. Because if I keep these debuffs, they're worth 500 points each. So if I don't need to remove them, well, I might as well keep them, right? There's 2 different kind of patrol mob, one usually just as keepers. Oh, you might be right, actually. That might be why. That would make sense. Go, 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 move the lights, move the lights. Damn. What? Welcome to the team, Yune. Oh no. Right, just let me pop a potion in case something weird happens, but it should be fine. Just in case the other one like did something weird. I'm sure she can attack when I'm moving. Is Brainjack survivable without Lethargy? Yes. You will have enough time to move out with the Confuse. It's a very slow cast the AoE does after. It's only really a death sentence if you're like fighting multiple monsters. Oh, any mimic? Any mimic gamers in there? Yune's back. You leveled both Dark Knight and Gunbreaker to 70. After watching a lot of reviews, you don't know which one to main. If any player with very endgame experience could point you in the really pros and cons of them, you would be appreciated. I'll let the chat answer you because I don't rate. Which I assume is what you mean by endgame content. Though this game is very like it since switching the job is all done at the press of a button, it's not really like you don't really get locked in one job, because as soon as you level 2 of them, then you can just play them left, right? Like they will share the same gear and everything. Like, it's not like WoW, right? Like, it's not really an all thing. It's your character plays every job. Which job has felt the smoothest to go through EO with so far? Red Mage. I think Red Mage was my smoothest job. Alright, time for the boss. So I'm going to use Yune on the boss because we need the onion bro to be kept. Very important. Time. I love this song. I love this boss. BGM 100. Yune. Like, I hope I don't need steel. I don't think I've ever done this without steel, but it shouldn't be that bad. Alright, elements. Sword. And be hit by ice. In. Sword. I am ice. I need to become fire. In. Ice, we got the easy one. Maybe hit by fire. Alright. Fire ice. I'm fire. Need to be hit by ice. Solid out. Flying. I really can't mess up because I will not have enough time to do another attempt if I die, I think. But it should be fine to steal now. But I'll steal soon. So I need to be hit by ice. Alright. Oof, that hurt. Doors. I'm fire. Need to remain fire. Out. Okay, easy one. Need to be hit by fire. Elements. I'm ice. Need to be fire. Need to be fire. Out. Couple more cycles and we're good. Alright, easy one. Need to be hit by fire. Swords. Elements. Ice. I need to be hit by ice. Sorry, no, I'm fire. I need to remain fire. Yes, it's frost. Okay, yeah. Wow, I almost messed that up. Solid out. Easy one. Again. Man, the safe spot makes this fight so much easier. It's great. Without the safe spot, this would have been really bad. Need to be hit by fire. Alright. I am fire. And I need to be hit by ice. In. I think it's gonna die before the next cycle. Just need to do this one. This flame. And then we need to be hit by ice. Man, it's dead. Hell yeah. Alright, you guys were chatting a lot, but I have no idea what you were saying. But I'm sure it was nice things. Dude, I gotta like... this will be used in the thumbnail at some point in my life, so let's just... Because this looks way too cool. Yeah, you know, you can tell if it's going to be fire or ice. I think depending on if he does like Frost Forge or Flame Forge. I don't really pay attention to it though. Yeah, I know you can tell. But it doesn't really matter because it's like you just react to it anyway. Alright. Also, it's depending on what debuff you end on the previous mechanic. I see. So if you finish with fire, you get fire, etc. Alright. Another clear for me, another clear for Onion Knight. So my thoughts on Reaper. I think it's like middle of the pack melee. I think it's like, well, I've not done Dragoon and Samurai yet, but I think it's gonna be pretty similar to Dragoon and Samurai. I think it's a little, all three of them are better than Monk, and all of them are a little worse than Ninja, but it's all very close. It's all so very close that honestly, I just think it was a good melee. I don't think it's like crazy overpowered or crazy underpowered. It was just good. Something that's really nice is you can prepare your soul sow every pull. If you remember to do it, like I don't. But let's say you do remember that this exists. You can set up a 600 potency like range pull on everything. That's very nice, definitely. Burn intuition. I'm almost out of intuition, man. Yeah, shield is nice for landmines too. That's something that's true. Because it's easier to do landmines in there compared to the other two deep dungeons. So it means you're more tempted to you're more tempted to do landmines. So that's actually pretty nice for that. Alright, we're out of intuitions. Who cared? We did it. He shows no emotions. Onion Knight doesn't know emotions. He only kills. Alright. It should be a nice score. This felt okay score-wise. Yeah, this should be 1.8, right? Yeah. Nice. Nice. This seems to be what I get if I don't try to score like really hard. I seem to get around 1.8. A little lower or a little higher. Because what I do is I score 1 to 30. Like for real, and then after that I just kind of go at a normal pace, but I spend my storms, you know, maybe a little aggressively. Those mimics really help. I mean, I got a lot, so they did.